Frank, we're about to see it begin. It's, what is that? 7 minutes, 7:55. Frank McGee, you there?
Yes. And it's getting mighty close. And though we take this in part rather matter-of-factly, I can remember, and I'm sure you can too, David, when we were kids, that one way of separating the nuts from the normal people was to ask a person, do you think a man will ever be on the moon? And if he said yes, you chalked him up as a nut.
Right.
And if he said no, you said, well, that fellow's all right.
Well, this is about to happen.
Well,
7
David,
minutes.
well, there it sits out there. The culmination of, well, 25, somewhere between 25 and $33 billion. The skills and dedication of about 300,000 technicians, 11 3/4 years of time, the solemn but certainly risk-filled pledge of a president, some heartbreaking failures, and some stirring successes. This is a day of little kin to that October 4th, 1947, when the shrill and persistent beeps of Sputnik, as it wheeled about the autumn skies, shoved us, unprepared and awkward, into the space age. And this day certainly bears little resemblance to those bleak days of 1958, when Vanguards and Discoverers and Junos and Atlases were blowing up on our launch pads.
Jack King is about ready with an announcement, Chet. We're going to switch to him now.
Apollo set on line of control. We passed the 6-minute mark in our countdown for Apollo 11. Now 5 minutes, 52 seconds and counting. We're on time at the present time for our planned liftoff of 32 minutes past the hour. Spacecraft test conductor Skip Chauvin now has completed the status check of his personnel in the control room. All report they are go for the mission, and this has been reported to the test supervisor, Bill Schick. The test supervisor now going through some status checks. Launch operations manager Paul Donnelly reports go for launch. Launch director Rocco Petrone now gives a go for 5 minutes, 20 seconds and counting. Coming up shortly, that swing arm up at the spacecraft level will come back to its fully retracted position. This should occur at the 5-minute mark in the count. In the meantime, the lunar module telemetry has been powered down. We took a good look at Eagle, and it looks good. The spacecraft test conductor for the lunar module reported that Eagle was go. The swing arm now coming back to its fully retracted position as our countdown continues. T-minus 4 minutes, 50 seconds and counting. Skip Chauvin informing the astronauts that the swing arm now coming back. The astronauts will have a few more reports coming up in the countdown. The last business report will be from Neil Armstrong at the 45-second mark in the count, when he gives a status on the final alignment of the stabilization and control system. We're now passing the 4-minute, 30-second mark in the countdown. Still go at this time. 4 minutes, 15 seconds. The test supervisor now has informed launch vehicle test conductor Norm Carlson you are go for launch. From this time down, Carlson handles the countdown as the launch vehicle begins to build up. We're now hitting the 4-minute mark. 4 minutes and counting. We are go for Apollo 11. We'll go on an automatic sequence starting at 3 minutes and 7 seconds. 3 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. And the final abort checks between several key members of the crew here in the control center and the astronauts. Launch operations manager Paul Donnelly wished the crew on the launch team's behalf good luck and Godspeed. 3 minutes, 25 seconds and counting. We're still go at this time. We'll be coming up in the automatic sequence about 10 or 15 seconds from this time. All still go at this time. Neil Armstrong reported back when he received the good wishes. Thank you very much. We know it will be a good flight. Firing command coming in now. We are on the automatic sequence. We're approaching the 3-minute mark in the count. T-minus 3 minutes and counting. T-minus 3. We are go with all elements of the mission at this time. We're on an automatic sequence as the master computer supervises hundreds of events occurring over these last few minutes. T-minus 2 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. The members of the launch team here in the control center monitoring a number of what we call red line values. These are tolerances we don't want to go above and below in temperatures and pressures. They're standing by to call out any deviations from our plans. 2 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. We're still go on Apollo 11 at this time. The vehicle starting to pressurize as far as the propellant tanks are concerned, and all is still go as we monitor our status for it. 2 minutes, 10 seconds and counting. The target for the Apollo 11 astronauts, the moon at liftoff, will be at a distance of 218,096 miles away. We've just passed the 2 minute mark in the countdown. T-minus 1 minute, 54 seconds and counting. Our status board indicates that the oxidizer tanks in the second and third stages now have pressurized. We continue to build up pressure in all 3 stages here at the last minute to prepare it for liftoff. T-minus 1 minute, 35 seconds on the Apollo mission, the flight to land of the first men on the moon. All indications coming in to the control center at this time indicate we are go. 1 minute, 25 seconds and counting. Our status board indicates the third stage completely pressurized. 80-second mark has now been passed. We'll go on full internal power at the 50-second mark in the countdown. Guidance system goes on internal at 17 seconds, leading up to the ignition sequence at 8.9 seconds. We're approaching the 60-second mark on the Apollo 11 mission. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We passed T-minus 60. 55 seconds and counting. Neil Armstrong just reported back. It's been a real smooth countdown. We passed the 50-second mark. Power transfer is complete. We're on internal power with the launch vehicle at this time. 40 seconds away from the Apollo 11 liftoff. All the second stage tanks now pressurized. 35 seconds and counting. We are still go with Apollo 11. 30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11. Tower cleared.
Here we got a roll program.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading. Plus 30 seconds.
Roll complete and pitches program. One Bravo
is a abort control mode. Altitude's 2 miles.
Houston, you're good at 1 minute.
Downrange 1 mile, altitude 4 miles now. Velocity 2,195 feet per second. We're through the region of maximum dynamic pressure now. Set 8 miles downrange, 12 miles high. Velocity 4,000 feet per second.
Stand by for mode 1 Charlie. Mark, mode 1 Charlie. 1 Charlie.
Cliff Charlesworth taking a staging status.
This is Houston, you are go for staging. Inboard cutoff.
Inboard engines out.
I'm inboard cutoff.
Downrange 35 miles, 30 miles high. Standing by for the outboard engine cut down now.
There it is, right on the tip.
And ignition.
Houston, thrust is go. All engines, you're looking good.
Hi, Roger. You're loud and clear, Houston.
At 3 minutes, downrange 70 miles, 43 miles high, velocity 9,300 feet per second.
We got skirt sep.
Roger, we confirm skirt sep.
Tower's gone.
Roger, tower.
Neil Armstrong confirming both the engine skirt separation and the launch escape tower separation.
Houston, be advised the visual is go today.
This is Houston, Roger, out.
Yeah, they finally gave me a window to look out.
Houston, your guidance is converged. You're looking good.
Downrange 140 miles, altitude 62 miles, velocity 10,300 feet per second.
11 Houston, you are go at 4 minutes.
Roger.
Apollo 11 right on the ground track. .190 miles downrange now, 72 miles high, velocity 11,000 feet per second.
Tracking it for quite a long period of time here with the Air Force cameras. About 80 miles in altitude now and more than 200 miles downrange, and still get a picture.
Booster says it's looking good at 5 minutes.
11 Houston, you are go at 5 minutes.
Roger, your Apollo 11's go.
Downrange 270 miles, altitude 82 miles, velocity 12,472 feet per second.
Bye to S4B to COI capability.
Okay.
Mark, S4B to COI capability.
Roger.
We're losing sight of the spacecraft, so we'll go to our animation of it and follow the sequence.
Using the S4B if necessary.
You're sitting in your living room.
Ah, thank you. You all are coming through beautifully, too.
It is the second stage of the Saturn that is still firing and will continue to fire for about another 4 minutes now.
Everyone's reporting go here in the control center.
So at 6 minutes, starting to give them orders.
Roger, 11, your go from the ground at 6 minutes. Apollo 11, this is Houston, level sense arm at 8+17, outboard cutoff at 9+11.
When you see it in the early stages of the liftoff and realize that the
Level sense arm is the sequence that arranges the staging between the second stage and the third stage. The fuel uncovers a sensor starting that sequence.
and realize that the rocket is 363
Predicting
feet
that
high.
will be uncovered at 8 minutes 17 seconds with outboard engine cut off 9 minutes 11 seconds on the second stage.
Apollo 11's go at 7 minutes.
11, this is Houston. Roger, your go from the ground at 7 minutes. Level sense arm at 8+17. Outboard cutoff at 9+11.
Roger.
Downrange 530 miles, altitude 95 miles, velocity 17,358 feet per second.
They're within about 5 miles of as high as they want to get on the launch. But I was trying to say that the flame shooting out of the rocket is 2, perhaps 3 times as long as the rocket itself, which is 360
Apollo 11
feet.
still right down the ground track, still go
the flame is.
at 7 minutes, 41 seconds.
Roger, we confirmed.
Inboard engines are out on the second stage as planned. Apollo 11, go on all sources.
New York, go at 8 minutes.
I've just built the mixture ratio shift.
Roger, we got PU shift down here too.
United States for it. These thunderstorms downrange is about all.
This is Houston. You are go for staging. Over.
Understand, go for staging.
Stand by for mode 4 capability.
To mode 4.
Mark, mode 4 capability.
Mode 4 and Apollo 11 could get into orbit using the service propulsion system now. Altitude is 100 miles, downrange 883 miles. Outboard engine cutoff.
And ignition.
Again, right on time.
Ignition confirmed. Thrusters go, 11.
And now the
And
third
we have a
stage
good
is
third
propelling
stage
them.
now.
It stays with them for some time yet.
Velocity 23,128 feet per second. Downrange 1,000 miles, altitude 101 miles.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. At 10 minutes, you are go.
Roger, 11's go.
Capcom Bruce McCandless giving the reports here from the control center.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. Predicted cutoff at 11 plus 42. Over.
1142, Roger.
It'll be 11 minutes and 42 seconds into the flight when the third stage
Downrange
comes off.
1,175 miles. Velocity 24,190 feet per second. Altitude 102 nautical miles. Apollo 11 still go on all sources.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. You are go at 11.
There you go.
We're predicting third stage shutdown at 11 minutes 42 seconds. Velocity 25,254 feet per second. Downrange 1,400 miles now. Altitude 102.8 nautical miles.
Shut down.
Shut down right on time.
1.4 by 103.6.
Roger, shut down, and we copy 101.4 by 103.6. Apollo 11, this is Houston. You are confirmed to go for orbit.
Roger.
Well, they in fact are in orbit. And this is Mission Control in Houston.
This is Houston. The booster is safe.
All Roger.
Show velocity at insertion 25,568 feet per second.
You can see on our map at the NBC News Space Center about where they are located, the flashing lights out over the Atlantic Ocean. They are in orbit, almost exactly what they had in mind. They wanted a circular orbit of about 101 nautical miles. The orbit is 101.4 by 103.6. And they got the speed they wanted, 25,568 feet per second. About 17,500 miles an hour. All of it routine so far, routine appearing, yet we all realize that this is the beginning of the most audacious undertaking that man has ever attempted. We'll be back in just a moment.
Flight is smooth, so far uneventful, perfectly on time, perfectly efficient. If you watched, or since you watched the liftoff with us, there's really nothing to say about it. What can you say about a sight like that? It's a sight that there's a huge crowd out here of reporters, visitors, VIPs, and others milling around and talking and gossiping and handshaking and telling jokes and making a lot of noise in a busy, vivid scene. And NASA has set up loudspeakers outside this area here, and so when the last minute or so of the countdown begins, they hear it over loudspeakers, 10, 9, 8, exactly as we all heard it. And it was notable that when it got down to about a minute, everybody who had been lollygagging, gossiping, talking, fell still and silent, knowing he was about to see something truly fantastic, but not really knowing what it was. We all know what we saw, but in another way, we don't know what we saw. You not only see it, hear it, feel it, inside and outside. And a minute or so after that unbelievable event, as you have heard over your television, the astronauts are talking to the ground and reporting on the facts and figures of the flight, and somebody here a minute ago was saying they are as matter of fact and unexcited and calm as if they were taxi cab drivers reporting in and saying we're on Maple Street headed for downtown. They're no more excited than that. But obviously they couldn't do their work any other way. Frank McGee, you there? I know you're there. I don't know why I asked. Frank?
Yes, David. And thinking, you know, that we were about 17 minutes and 45 seconds into the flight, which is longer already than the entire time that Alan Shepard spent in the first flight that this country made, which was not all that many years ago. We would like now to go back and let you see once again the liftoff that David was saying, and I think quite properly so, cannot be described, need not be described if you can see it. So we can, so we're going to. This is a replay of the liftoff.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We had a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11. Tower clear.
And that was the liftoff. It was all done, the last 3 or 4 minutes of it, completely automatically. Nobody had to push any buttons. Computers did the work, guiding the 3 men into the proper orbit. They with hands off, except for one switch that would cancel the mission, abort them if need be. It wasn't. There was, of course, on this launch a great deal of activity inside the spacecraft and chatter back and forth between the crew and the ground. In a pre-flight interview, the Apollo 10 astronauts, Thomas Stafford and Eugene Cernan, gave NBC News a rundown of the events just after the liftoff and their own personal recollections of all of it.
The liftoff sequence, you heard Stoney called liftoff. He monitored this in the blockhouse, and when the TV saw the actual physical separation of the booster on the pad, that was when Stoney gave his go. With that, Neil and the crew would feel a slight increase in pressure on their backs, and at 12 seconds, the booster cleared the tower. Then at the same time, the roll program and the pitch program would start, well, within a second of that time, and that's what you heard them call out. That's when the booster starts to roll 2.5 minutes, then it'll pitch down range as it goes out over the Atlantic. We've cleared the pad, and also the launch mission director gave the call tower clear when he visually saw the end of the booster clear the umbilical tower. And at that time, from on the ground, you noticed that the booster started to pitch over, and then you heard the Mission Control Center in Houston report a mode 1B. That occurred at 42 seconds. That means it's a different type of abort mode, and that you'll have. Then later on, you'll hear the call max Q. And max Q, the dynamic pressure around the spacecraft is increased to a certain point, and then it'll decrease beyond that. And up to then, it starts to scream and howl inside. However, it wasn't as loud as the Gemini, because we had a boost protective cover over. We had a fairing out in front, where the Gemini was just a blunt nose going through it, and also the Gemini spacecraft cabin was smaller, and the spacecraft was not really as beefy as the Apollo.
About 50 seconds, or about 14,000 feet, our cabin now, which is pressurized to roughly sea level, 14.7 pounds, just a little bit greater than that, 14.7 pounds, primarily oxygen, now starts venting, and it finds a 5 psi, pounds per square inch differential between the cabin and the outside air. And when this occurs, there's no question that the cabin vent valve is opening, because it comes out with a big whoosh. So I know that although we explained to Neil and Mike and Buzz from previous flights that there would be a big, horrendous noise when this happened, I'm sure that they were a little bit startled when they heard it on this past launch.
Now, the next event after that was when Neil reported inboard engine shutdown. This occurred at 2 + 15, and the G level was up to nearly 3.5, and it dropped down to 3 as you lost the thrust from that one engine. And then it continued to build up again into the staging event. Staging occurred approximately 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and again, what happens there, you have over you did have 7.5 million pounds of thrust to the first inboard shutdown. That reduced you to 6 million pounds of thrust, but your weight's decreased, so your total G level is up to nearly 4 Gs, and suddenly, within a quarter of a second, it goes to 0.
The most descriptive briefing or debriefing term we could give to Neil and Buzz and Mike to know what to expect from what you just saw right out here was that we call it the Great Train Wreck. And although as we saw a fireball from down here, when these two stages separated, the crew up there actually doesn't see much of a fireball at all. In Gemini, actually, when we staged, we had a fireball wrap around the spacecraft and we flew through it. In Apollo, because the vehicle is so long and we're so far ahead of the first stage, you feel it, as Tom just described, and as we call the Great Train Wreck, but you don't see that big fireball that you amazingly think you might after watching staging from the ground.
The next item that occurs, and you'll see this on the panel, it occurred when the light goes out, the S2 SEP light. That's when the big round ring that contains around the engines of the S2 gets jettisoned. And you'll hear this with a slight bang, and after that at 3:17, the tower and the boost protective cover is jettisoned. There's a slight fling, and you see it disappear right out into the black sky. It's gone. You never see it again.
the tower being gone at this time, of course, took the boost protective cover with it. And now you can see out all 5 windows. And what Mike, being in the right seat, and or Neil in the left seat could actually see, which I recall as being a little bit startling, it was no problem, but it's something I hadn't expected, was when that S2 is guiding, you have this active guidance as Tom was talking about, your trajectory is such that you go very high in altitude and then you pitch over and then you start accelerating the whole stack, the whole booster up to inertial velocity. Well, what Mike was actually seeing outside that window, because he didn't have a great deal to do during this boost period except monitor system. What he was seeing actually was the horizon through his window go up and down as the guidance was hunting for the right attitude. Now this is a little bit startling because the whole world seems to go to the top of your window and then comes to the bottom of your window, and you're not sure whether you're going to do what we in aviation call a split S back down into the surface, or whether you're actually going to sort of level out and seek the right attitude. This is normal. This is what Mike saw. This is what we saw in Apollo 10. But it was one of those little things that no one had told us that was a little bit surprising.
The next thing that occurred of the major significance is when the S2 stage shut off. And that occurred approximately 9 minutes and 11 seconds. And at that time, you get a minor pogo, but then it stops abruptly as the S2 stage is jettisoned. And it can no longer have a series of compression. Again, the load factors are a lot lower on the S2 stage. We're only up to around 2.5 to 3 Gs when that shuts off. And then the S4B is burning all the rest of the way into orbit. And then the final thing is when you obtain the orbital velocity, and that occurred approximately 11 minutes and 40 seconds.
I'm perhaps to be forgiven for saying that I find that fascinating. We've talked with the astronauts on I don't know how many flights, but always prior to the flight, and asked them what they think it's going to be like, what they think it's going to look like and feel like. But this, to my knowledge, is the first time we have had them after the flight and have them tell us not what they expect, but what they experienced. And I think it adds something to it. We'll be back in just a moment.
The Apollo 11 Saturn V combination, which took off from Cape Kennedy about 30 minutes ago, weighed 6,300,000 pounds at the time of firing. During its journey, it will burn more than 86,000 pounds of fuel. That was just in the 3 seconds or so between ignition and liftoff. And from that point on, Apollo 11 will continue to lose weight constantly upon its landing. And when it comes back, it'll weigh a little more than 31,000 pounds. Now let's go to Mark Landsman at Wapakoneta, Ohio.
Tremendous. We're most happy.
What is a parent's feelings at a moment like this?
It's just a feeling of Thanksgiving.
Have you been waiting anxiously for this moment?
Yes.
Yes, we're very happy that the first stage is completed and such a fine takeoff.
As you sat and watched the liftoff, did you think about the risks involved?
Not so much. I was prepared for that ahead of time.
How do you go about preparing yourself?
My inner faith helps me.
When did you last talk to your son?
Yesterday, about noon, we had a nice long talk with him on various subjects, mostly pertaining to the family. The rest of the family is, of course, at the Cape, and our near relatives and even distant relatives are down there to view the launch today.
Those were the parents of Neil Armstrong being interviewed by Mark Landsman in Wapakoneta, Ohio. As we see each one of these launches occur, it may also occur to many of us that as thrilling as these triumphs and successes are, they sometimes have a tendency to produce a backlash of discouragement over our inability to predict or control our weather, to manage our cities and regulate our traffic, to eliminate poverty and crime and educate all our population, house and feed all of our people. At the same time that there is euphoria and triumph, there may also be a backlash of some disappointment, because it may occur to us frequently that if we can correlate 22,000 flight steps and 9 million pieces of hardware and make them function as perfectly as all of this, why are we failing with some of our other problems? Therefore, Apollo 11 increasingly perhaps has become the symbol of a dawning suspicion that political, social, and spiritual excellence may not automatically follow technical achievement, that the two are separate. Many realize that our junkyards, the industrial slums and slag piles, the oceans of beer cans, and the urban sprawl are fruits, in one way, of technological advance. But then on second thought, it may occur to us also that technology can ultimately be applied to yet clean up the mess, which are the disappointing byproducts of this same technology. So Apollo 11 causes us to think. Most of the 200 million of us are thinking, who are we? Where are we? Is the universe our complete oyster? What about our priorities? Did the Russians, by any chance, in 1957 with Sputnik, lead us into a series of bad judgments? Is it good that we kind of cloak Apollo 11 with theological and metaphysical wrappings and second thoughts? For it might yet dawn upon us that a restrained, self-disciplined, and precise life journey here on Earth could produce some comparable results. Well, Frank, I was about to pose a question to you, but we knew that this was going to occur with Apollo 11. Any free people, I should think, with the freedom to ask difficult questions and a habit of exercising that privilege, would ask, after an investment of $25 billion or so, what is going to be the fruit of all of this? What's it going to yield? What's going to be the return? Indeed, Apollo 11 does come at a time when it's increasingly difficult to sell the concept that we go to the moon just because it's there, or that we think we can do it, or that we go just for the sheer excitement and exhilaration of it. Solution of problems and a list of social political triumphs, it occurs to us, would also yield a great sense of national exhilaration at this point. So as Apollo 11 takes off and the moon journey begins, and as it concludes, I suppose most of us Americans are going to be wondering about our list of priorities. And it was interesting to note that the Reverend Ralph Abernathy of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference led a group of 15 persons, most of them children, to Cape Kennedy, to say that the United States should match its efforts in space with a program to feed the hungry on Earth. Abernathy said that America has reached out to the stars, but has not reached out to her starving poor. Well, Dr. Thomas Paine, administrator of the space agency, then met with Abernathy yesterday and told him the Apollo would not be sent to the moon if that would solve the problem of hunger in the world. He said the national unity and purpose which makes the moon flight possible also and ultimately can be brought to bear on poverty. Frank?
This question that you posed, Chet, about what does it gain us has been posed to everyone in the program, I suppose, from the top officials to the astronauts themselves, and it's hardly fair, really, to ask them because their minds don't run in those channels. But it is a good and sensible question to ask. And they have great difficulty in answering because they can't point to anything really tangible. They can't say, look, that thing standing there, whatever it might be, is a result of this program. And the best answer that I've been able to piece together from them, and I don't necessarily accept it as being adequate, but at any rate it's the best answer that I can recall them having put together, is that out of it will come a technology that the government has succeeded in harnessing the resources of the government, the scientific community, of the universities, and of industry, and managing this successfully to tackle extremely difficult problems and do extremely unlikely things. This is an accomplishment which cannot be denied, and out of it good things could happen. We, after all, do have the technology to clean up the water. We have both what they call the software and the hardware to do it. We have the technology, which is to say we know how to clean up the air. We have the software and the hardware to do it. And heavens knows we know how to feed people, and we know how to build houses. What is lacking at this point is a determination to use the technology at hand to solve those problems, the will to do it. About the only thing that we don't know how to do is change people's minds and make them like each other. That's not a matter for technology, but the rest of it is at hand if the decision is made to do it. David?
They're in orbit, and everything is fine. On the score, on the subject you were talking about, it seems to me that the flight we have seen begin today was a combining of technology and romance in a way they never have been combined before, which is to say that the engineers now are doing what poets and romantics have imagined. And perhaps there will always be a gap between what man imagines and what he is able to do, because it is easier to think about doing something than it is to do it. But so long as the gap between imagination and reality is not too big, we may even preserve some degree of sanity. The alternative is for man to feel bound and limited and held down when what he actually wants to do is move, explore, expand, grow, achieve, and fly. And so with some really splendid engineering we've seen here today, an impressive tribute, by the way, to the talent turned out by American technical schools, one generation of Americans is doing what an earlier generation dreamed about. Floyd Kalber is NBC News correspondent, is on, what is it, the Merritt Island Causeway? What do they call that? Bennett Causeway, which is a place where a lot of visitors have, with campers and trucks and cars and station wagons and so on, have been camped and parked all night waiting to see what we saw a few minutes ago. Floyd?
The boats are moving down the Banana River now, large and small. They moved up there last night, yesterday, and this morning. Several thousand of them have so far come down. They moved up very close to within just a few miles of the Cape Kennedy launch site for Apollo 11. They're now passing underneath the Bennett Causeway. On the causeway, traffic has thinned out considerably. At one time, immediately after the launch, there was just a gigantic crush. Almost as soon as the flame went out on the rocket and the rocket went out of sight, the cars started up here, this packed area in which all of the campers and the cars had been parked, started to move onto the causeway, where they immediately came to a stop. Sir, could I talk to you for a moment?
Yes, sir.
Who are you, sir?
I am Leoncio Flores from Connecticut. We're
from where in Connecticut?
Greenwich, Connecticut.
Is this the first space shot you've seen?
That's right. We came all the way down from Connecticut to watch it. 1,200 miles.
Is this a special trip down to see the launch?
Nothing but the space shot, right.
Are you going to take a vacation, go on somewhere from here?
Well, we plan to spend about a week over in North Carolina, but this was our main reason.
The main reason was the launch?
The space shot, right.
What was your impression of it?
Well, it's fabulous, the thundering as the space shot takes off, and this emotional moment that you don't know whether it's taking off or staying on. I think this is the crucial moment.
Did you have some concern?
Yes, I was.
Can you compare it with anything that you've ever seen or heard of in your lifetime?
Oh, God, like when I was getting married or something like that.
I'm not going to ask your wife for a rebuttal on that. Thank you very much, sir, for talking to us. We appreciate it.
It is a pleasure.
Appreciate your taking the time.
Thank you.
So now the tourists move off from the causeway, the Bennett Causeway, and go on to continue their vacation, adding a very historic moment to what would otherwise be an exciting vacation anyway. And they go on now to their alligator farms and their underwater swimming programs in the sandy beaches of Florida. Floyd Kalber, NBC News, reporting from the Bennett Causeway.
So he said it felt like the day he got married. The Apollo 11 is now out over the Indian Ocean, approaching the western shore of Australia. And as you perhaps know, The crew will make 1.5 revolutions of the Earth, and when it comes back over Australia on the next time around, that will be the moment for the decision whether or not to go for the moon. That will be a couple of hours from now. We'll be back in just a moment after this message. It's interesting to realize that almost at the very time that Apollo 11 was being prepared and fueled up earlier this week, the 1970 fiscal year budget for NASA was getting its final treatment in the Congress. The Congress, under mandate and political pressure to cut down on federal expenditures, was voting NASA just over $3.9 billion for its next year of operation. The lion's share of this money is allocated for the Apollo moon landings, which are expected to continue through 1970, or next year. This program will get $1.691 billion compared with $251 million for work on the so-called Apollo Applications Program. This program is the next big project for the space agency. That is the placing of space stations in Earth orbit so that scientists can work and experiment in space for longer periods of time. The budget allows for a NASA staff of 31,500 people and for 100,000 other indirect employees. Correspondent Roy Neal is standing by at the Space Center in Houston. Roy?
The Lunar Receiving Laboratory here at the Manned Spacecraft Center is the place to which the astronauts will be brought after their flight. Along with them, their samples and their pictures of the moon. Manager of the laboratory, Dr. P.R. Bell, is here with me now. And Dr. Bell, it occurs to me that this must be a truly exciting moment for you and your people. Your laboratory is about to come to life.
Yes, sir, it is indeed. The launch is going off very well, and our preparations are proceeding properly. We're all in good state.
Those preparations that you mentioned, at this time, what are your people doing?
Well, they've been for months now preparing the operations. The people with the plants, for example, have been doing that for a month and a half or so, getting the plants grown that have to be used in these tests. So we're just proceeding up bit by bit, step by step towards the actual operation, which don't start till the 25th.
Right, once the astronauts have returned. But what about those people who will be quarantined with them? What's their status this morning?
Well, now, that is a little different because this morning these people are going into the CRA and they're essentially in closed quarantine from this morning onward.
Why would you lock them up so early, sir?
Well, that's to make sure that if any of them are going to come down with the flu or a head cold or something, we find this out well in advance and they'd get no further exposure to other people than themselves until that time. We don't want a stray cold coming down to make a mess of our problem.
Do they have television in that crew receiving area, Dr. Bell? Are they following the flight in other words?
Of course, yes, indeed they do. They've got television and radio, and they've got their own telephones in case they want to talk to somebody, so there's no problem there.
I see. Now, the lab status itself, sir, can you give us just in broad general terms the intent, the purpose of this place?
Well, this, of course, is basically a quarantine facility with very special and important scientific attachments for preliminary examination of the sample. It is facilities really for the sort of protection and preservation of the sample as the major parts over and above the quarantine tests. So we'll get the samples in, keep them from harm, test them for finding out whether there's any pathogens of any sort in them, and then begin the preliminary experiments that must be done because the time is wasting, and hold them there until the end of the quarantine interval when we're sure the pathogens are absent, and then send the material out to principal investigators everywhere, along with what we found out at that time.
The question's often been raised, Dr. Bell. Are you really worried on behalf of your people that the astronauts might bring back some strange spore or germ from the moon?
Oh, most certainly not. Many scientific people have offered to eat the stuff if that would help the situation any, because the probability is quite negligible. Well, we can't take even a negligible chance, and so we go ahead and make all the careful preparations and the careful tests as though there were harmful things there. But it's far more risky to cross the street here than it is to work in the Lunar Receiving Laboratory, I assure you.
Thank you, sir. We've been talking with Dr. P.R. Bell, whose people at the Lunar Receiving Laboratory are waiting now a long wait for the astronauts to go to the moon and come back, after which the big job will begin at this point on the Manned Spacecraft Center. Frank?
We usually trace the origins of the space program back to Russia's launching of the Sputnik in 1958, and that's true, but it's not the entire truth. It actually goes back sometime earlier to a thing called IGY. It stood for International Geophysical Year, and confusion began there because that year ran 18 months long. But as just one of the many things that the United States planned to do during that time, and I remember Dr. Joseph Kaplan was chairman of the American Committee for this IGY, and I remember talking to him about it. But just one of the things that we planned to do was to put a satellite into Earth orbit. It had no particular function, really, except to demonstrate that it could be done and to send some signals back. It was a very tiny little instrument package and wouldn't do much, but we didn't get it up. Russia, which had not announced such a project as part of the Soviet Union's participation in IGY, beat us to the punch with Sputnik. So it really did begin with Sputnik, but in a larger sense, it began earlier with the International Geophysical Year. They're now 50 minutes into the flight and about to go over Australia for the first time. Next time around there, they'll decide whether to take off for the moon. And we'll be back. The crew of Apollo 11 is unique. 2 of the 3 members will become, by all present appearances, the first human beings to set foot on another heavenly body. Additionally, they are unusual. Only 6 men before them have been in the vicinity of the moon. And they also have another minor distinction. They perhaps have been asked more questions than almost anybody in the world, politicians included. For weeks before a flight, they are subjected to an endless stream of questions by people like myself. And it's not an easy chore for them to perform. They're not naturally talkative men, most of them. And the things they do talk about are difficult for the rest of us to understand. But they bear it with great good grace and do as good a job as they can. None of the men involved in this flight is regarded as an extrovert. Collins does have and frequently shows a good and keen sense of humor. I was talking with him before the flight in Houston, Texas, and I asked him if he, Collins, could describe the other 2 members of the crew for me.
Let's suppose now that you were talking to somebody who had never seen Armstrong or Aldrin, didn't know a thing in the world about them, and you wanted to describe them, not physically, but just the kind of guys they are. How would you go about first, say, Armstrong? How would you describe him to such a person?
Well, I would first describe Neil as extremely intelligent. I mean, he has, I think, what is almost a towering intellect. It's not immediately apparent when you talk to Neil, but you probe deeply. Hard thing to do with Neil. He likes he has his own barriers erected, but if you probe through those barriers, you'll find Neil is, as I say, that's my first impression and most lasting impression, extremely intelligent man. Buzz, quite the same. Very, very, I think the 2 of them, if they have one characteristic in common, I would say intelligence. They're both extremely intelligent people, and it's tough to keep up with them.
They both have a certain amount of reserve, too, which is not bad.
Yes, I believe that's true. They both, unfortunately, tend to be non-communicators, but it's there.
They tell me, I don't know Armstrong that well, but they tell me he has a pretty sly wit on occasion.
He has. Neil has, I think, a wonderful dry wit.
Yeah. Can you recall any little things he's come up with, or is that putting you on the spot?
I don't, no, it doesn't really, but I don't right this second recall any, but you have to be listening closely for him or you miss him. He has a wonderful dry wit.
Michael Collins, who has a wit himself. Mission Control reported the heartbeats of the astronauts on their liftoff this morning and compared them to the rate of heartbeat that they had in their earlier flights. For Armstrong, his heartbeat this morning was 110. Now, that compares to a beat of 146 when he flew in the Gemini program. And Collins had a heartbeat of 99 today compared to 125 on his previous flight. And Aldrin's heartbeat this morning, as he took off from Cape Kennedy, was only 88 compared to 110 when he flew in the Gemini mission. So all three men had a lower heartbeat rate this morning than they had on their previous flights, which seems to suggest that there is some advantage to experience. Russia, by the way, had made no mention of today's flight in broadcast and the publications up until yesterday, or through yesterday, very little mention. And it appeared that they were pretty well going to ignore today's flight. But they did broadcast the liftoff at about the time, gave the names of the crew, and this seemed to indicate to some Soviet watchers that they might offer fairly comprehensive coverage of this flight. They did not, however, interrupt their television programming to carry any live pictures of the liftoff from Cape Kennedy. Nor has Moscow had any more to say about the Soviet Union's Lunar 15, which is now on its way to the moon, and with success should land there before the Apollo 11 crew does. The vacuum left by lack of information from Russia about the purpose of Lunar 15 is being filled by speculation, of course, inevitably. And the main current of speculation is that this is an attempt to send a device up and have it make a landing on the moon, scoop up a sample of the lunar soil, and return it to Earth. All without benefit of humans being there. But as we say, that is only speculation. Russia hasn't said what its purpose is and is not likely to until after it's accomplished. It is an advancement of sorts, I suppose you could say, for the Soviet Union to even announce that they have anything underway until it's accomplished, because in the early days of their programs, they never said anything until the whole thing was over. They could not, of course, keep it secret from the world because the skies are being watched by radar all the time, and the rest of the world knew when they launched or attempted a launching. But it was only after the fact and after a success that Russia would even acknowledge that the undertaking had been attempted. Peter, Hackus, what have you there?
Frank, we understand that within the next 20 minutes or so, we are going to get our first transmission from Apollo 11. Now, this will be by use of the camera that we've seen before. This is the color camera, which is inside the command module. This 13-pound camera. Incidentally, it's this camera that the astronauts on Apollo 10, as you recall, sent back those wonderful pictures. And for that reason, they were awarded the honorable Emmys. And so as experts in the field, why, you can expect some other good pictures. This will be the first time. One of the other features that goes with this camera is this very tiny monitor. The screen is approximately the size of, oh, perhaps a credit card, something like that. A cigarette package is smaller than a cigarette package. And what this does is to tell the men in the spacecraft what they're looking at. Now, in the past, there has been some problem of focusing the camera. And what's being done now is that through the use of this tiny camera, the astronauts, that is to say this tiny mini monitor, they're calling it, they can tell more or less where they're focusing the camera. They can't tell exactly, but they can certainly tell the general direction. So by the use of both the camera and this tiny monitor, which they'll be looking at in this fashion, you notice the Velcro on the bottom of the monitor, and this goes either on top or on the side of the camera. They can tell pretty much the pictures they're taking. Now, the lenses, everything is simplicity. As I said, it's very lightweight, 13 pounds, and very simple to operate. They are variable focus lenses. They are, there are about 3 different stops that they have. There's a zoom lens attachment, and from what we saw last time, we should this time get equally good pictures. Now, there's another television camera on Apollo 11. It is not aboard the command module. It's in the lunar module, the LEM, and that is a black and white camera. We've also used that and seen that used in the past. And so this camera will stay aboard the command module. And in fact, we'll be getting pictures between here and the moon, and then we'll be getting pictures all the way back from the moon. The other camera is stowed at this particular moment aboard the LEM, and the LEM, as you know, is folded, and we haven't seen it brought out yet. That camera will be unveiled, so to speak,
after the LEM strikes the lunar surface, lands on the moon. And from that moment on, we'll be witness, hopefully, to all of the activities that Armstrong and Aldrin do. In fact, we'll be seeing the first man stepping onto the moon as he actually does it. And then they will remove that camera from its bracket and put it about 30 feet away from the lunar module. And that camera then will continue to play for all of the time that they're on the lunar surface. So we'll see all of that activity. That comes, of course, only after they reach the moon. In the meantime, as I said, within another 15 or 20 minutes, we hope to get the first brief television transmission from Apollo 11. Now, David Brinkley.
Thank you, Peter. Be sure to give that camera back to him. We are told that in several countries around the world, Monday, next Monday, is going to be a holiday in the schools and otherwise, because on television, every country on Earth that has television, with the possible exception of Russia and maybe a handful of others, will watch the landing on the moon live at the same time we are. In this country, it'll be in the middle of the night. In various other countries, it will, of course, be at various times, depending on where they are. But in any case, a number have announced that Monday will be a holiday, either because people will want to stay home and see it during the day, or because they will have been up half the night or all night looking at it. There has been no such happy announcement forthcoming in this country. A few minutes ago, Vice President Agnew, who was here among the VIP guests, went into the firing room here next door, where the launch is controlled, walked around, admired what they were doing, and then using a PA system made a little speech to those in the room. Here's how it was on videotape.
Team of specialists, scientists, engineers, and other experts that have been assembled in this program disseminated because someone was too short-sighted to provide enough of the material support to continue with these programs. Now, the President has awesome responsibilities, as you know. At a time when inflation's running away in this country, he's got a problem with trying to decide the priorities, the human priorities that are necessary to allocate what wealth we have, at the same time bringing this inflation under control. I would shudder to have those responsibilities right at this moment that he has. Unfortunately, things are not made easier for him because many people don't seem to be able to evaluate properly exactly how the thrust of the spending should be apportioned. And maybe nobody can do that. Maybe that's a job for a superhuman being. But I feel this, that as the President of the Space Council, and having had such an intimate contact with NASA and with the other agencies that collaborate so wonderfully to bring about these results, that this is America, that this is the future of our country, and that the gains that come from this program are going to be the greatest, going to constitute the greatest fallout for the advancement of all our citizens that anything we could do could bring about. So all I can say to you is we'll be there pitching for you, and you stick with us, we'll stick with you, and together we'll do this job. Thank you very much.
That was Vice President Agnew, of course, here next door in the firing room, talking to the NASA people who were in charge of the launch. And you heard what he said. This is March 16th, 1969. And the other night I was talking with some NASA people who pointed out that 40 years after Lindbergh flew the Atlantic alone for the first time, 20,000 people every day fly the Atlantic, from babies to grandmothers. And what will grow out of this in 40 years, obviously we don't know.
Per second. It's the P-64. Good. Roger.
Fido says we're go, altitude 9,200 feet.
830, you're looking great.
Descent rate 129 feet per second.
We copy. Eagle, you're looking great. Coming up 9 minutes.
We're now in the approach phase. Everything looking good. Altitude 5,200 feet.
Manual attitude control is good. Roger, copy.
Altitude 4,200.
Houston, you're a go for landing, over.
Roger, understand. Go for landing. 3,000 feet.
Copy.
Alarm. 1201.
1201. Roger, 1201 alarm. We're go. Same type. We're go.
2,000 feet. 2,000 feet. Into the ag. 47 degrees.
Roger.
47 degrees.
Eagle looking great. You're go.
Altitude 1,600. 1,400 feet, still looking very good.
Roger, 1202, we copy it.
35 degrees. 35 degrees, 750, coming down to 23. 700 feet, 21 down, 33 degrees. 100 feet, down at 19. 540 feet, down at 30, down at 15. Okay, 400 feet, down at 9. Gate forward. 1050 feet, down at 4. 30.5 down. They're pegged on horizontal velocity. 300 feet down, 3.5. 47 forward. Hold up. On 1.5 down. 70. Got the shadow out there. 50 down at 2.5. 19 forward. Altitude, velocity light. 3.5 down. 220 feet. 13 forward. 11 forward, coming down nicely. 200 feet. 4.5 down. 5.5 down. 160 feet. 6.5 down. 5.5 down. 9 forward. Good. 120 feet. 100 feet, 3.5 down, 9 forward. 5%. 185. 75 feet. Car's looking good, down 1/2. 6 forward.
60 seconds.
Lights on. 6. Down 2.5. Forward. Forward. That's 40 feet down, 2.5. Picking up some dust. 30 feet, 2.5 down. Straight shadow. 4 forward. 4 forward, drifting to the right a little. Down 1/2.
30 seconds.
Forward, just. Okay. Contact light. Okay, engine stop. ACA at a descent. Mode control both auto, descent engine command override off. Engine arm off. 413 is in.
We copy you down, Eagle.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
You're looking good here.
Okay, we're going to be busy for a minute. After arm on, take care of the descent. I'll get this bus repaired. Very smooth touchdown.
That's good. It looks like we're bending the oxidizer now. Roger, Eagle, and you are stay for T1. Over. Eagle, you are stay for T1. Roger. And we see him stay for T1. Roger, and we see you venting the ox. Roger. Radar circuit breaker. Copy, noun 60, noun 43, over. Roger, we have it.
Yes, sir, read Columbia on the high gain.
Roger, we rigged you 5 by Columbia. He has landed Tranquility Base. Eagle is at Tranquility, over.
Yeah, I heard the whole thing.
Well, good show.
Fantastic.
Top reset.
The next major stay, no stay, will be for the T2 event. That is at 21 minutes, 26 seconds after initiation of powered descent.
Columbia went up telemetry command reset to reacquire on the high gain.
Copy out.
We have an unofficial time for that touchdown of 102 hours, 45 minutes, 42 seconds, and we will update that.
Eagle, Houston, you loaded R2 wrong. We want 10254. Roger.
Magnificent job. But we see why now it took a little longer than planned.
We'll get to the details of what's around here, but it looks like a collection of just about every variety of shape, angularity, granularity, but every variety of rock you could find. The color is well, it varies pretty much depending on how you're looking relative to the zero phase point. There doesn't appear to be too much of a general color at all. However, it looks as though some of the rocks and boulders, of which there are quite a few in the near area, looks as though they're going to have some interesting colors to them, over. Roger, copy. Sounds good to us, Tranquility. We'll let you press on through the simulated countdown, and we'll talk to you later, over. Roger. Okay, this 16G is just like the airplane. Roger, Tranquility. Be advised, there are lots of smiling faces in this room and all over the world, over. Well, there are 2 of them up here. Roger, it was a beautiful job, you guys.
And don't forget one in the command module.
Roger.
That last remark from Mike Collins at an altitude of 60 miles. The comments on the landing, on the manual takeover, came from Neil Armstrong. Buzz Aldrin followed that with a description of the lunar surface and the rocks and boulders that they are able to see out the window of the LEM.
Tranquility, Houston, we have you pitched up about 4.5 degrees, over.
That's confirmed by our local observation.
Roger.
Thanks for putting me on relay, Houston. I was missing all the action.
Roger, we'll enable Miss Finn relay.
I just got it, I think.
Roger, Columbia, this is Houston. Say something. They ought to be able to hear you, over.
Roger, Tranquility Base. It sure sounded great from up here. You guys did a fantastic job. Thank you. Just keep that orbiting base ready for us up there now.
They're talking.
Will do.
That request from Neil Armstrong. Here in Mission Control, Flight Director Gene Kranz is going around the...
AOS 10327, AOS 10413, over.
Thank you.
Camera is focused automatically on the ladder, so that as Aldrin goes down, that is to say, as Armstrong goes down, the first man, it will be automatically focused on him. Then, by the way, this camera is turned on not automatically, but by a button inside the LEM cabin. Then one of the first things that happens is that Armstrong goes over and removes this camera, and part of the assembly is here. He puts this on. In this fashion. And then there's a tripod here. Remember, this all rides up in the bottom section of the lunar module. And if I can get it out without tearing this foil, here we are. This then is set out a distance away, perhaps 30 feet away from the bottom of the ladder, and the camera is turned on. This is the black and white camera, and it will be running all of the time they're on the lunar surface. And presumably, through that camera, we'll be watching all of the things that these two men do. Now, in addition, there are a number of tools which you may see here. First of all, I'll open this. This is called the Mesa table. It's not exactly a table, but it can be adjusted as to height, as you can see here. Of course, this will be in 1/6 gravity. And you can put the rock box on there, or you can do anything you want to. It gives you a kind of a working table, so you don't have to bend all the way down. Remember, it's not too easy for these men to do too much bending. Here you see the position that the two rock boxes are in. This is the way they ride to the moon. Now, riding back from the moon, of course, they wouldn't be in here because this is part of the LEM that stays on the moon. These two ride back inside the upper section of the LEM. We have here an interesting tool. Excuse me while I reach over here. A pair of tongs. This also saves the astronauts the trouble of leaning over. When they want to pick up a sample from the lunar surface, they take the tongs down in this fashion. Pick it up like this and put it in the sample bag. And this is going to be done many, many times. There is also aboard the Mesa package a scoop and a geologist's hammer, a core sampler which will be driven down perhaps 8 or 10 inches into the lunar surface and then picked up, and there will be a core of lunar soil in that, That will be wrapped up and also brought back. And here is an extension handle which goes on top of the scoop, and also it could be used for the hammer. Now, in addition to this package and what all of the tools it brings, as you know, there are some mementos to be left on the moon. Included among them are the flag, about which we've heard so much. And the flag rides up on this side of the LEM ladder. And it opens in this fashion. We're not sure exactly at what point during the EVA that this will be taken out, but at any rate, it rides up in this part of the LEM, and astronaut Armstrong will then, excuse me, unfurl it. And as you've heard, since there's no air on the moon, no wind to blow it, there must be a piece on the back to keep it constantly as if it were blowing in the breeze, since it's going to stay up here presumably for a long time. He then puts it together in this fashion. I guess I have the wrong end here.
Peter?
There we go. Yes, sir.
They had a device at the Democratic Convention with an electric fan in it to blow the flag. You remember that?
Yes, except they don't have too much power on the moon, David. I think that would be a great way to do. And we can't dig into our concrete floor, so somebody has provided a very nice little stand for us. I doubt that they'll find a stand like this on the moon. But this could be set up between a couple of boulders or perhaps dug into the surface. And presumably, Old Glory will wave forever on the moon unless a micrometeorite or something comes along to disturb it. There's one other thing that will be left. Requires no energy on the part of anyone except the opening of a little steel door, and that is the plaque about which we've heard. The plaque is affixed to this particular leg of the LEM. I don't know, there you can see it. It says, here men from the planet Earth first set foot upon the moon, July 1969 AD. We came in peace for all mankind. And then there are the signatures of the 3 astronauts and President Nixon. So this too, presumably, will be here for a long time. I might include one other thing. You notice a lot of foil, which wraps the legs and the bottom part of the lunar module. Now, this is not something that we've just put on here for show, or to give you an idea that it just came out of a box from Macy's. This is actually mylar coating, a very thin and very strong coating, and it protects the bottom part of the LEM from excess heat, either from the sun and in the landing phase, there's a great deal of heat generated by the descent engine. And as it gets closer to the moon's surface, that heat is reflected from the moon, and they wanted to be sure that it did not affect this bottom part of the LEM. And so that's why we have the foil. David?
Thank you, Peter. The 2 astronauts walking on the moon, as has been said, the real reason for all this elaborately engineered, meticulously designed pick and shovel equipment they're taking with them, is that when they get that spacesuit on, even though the gravity is only 1/6 of ours, they can barely move. They can't lift their arms any higher than this. They can barely bend their waists at all. And let's see, can they bend their knees, Frank? Only a little?
They can bend their knees a little and get into a kind of a squatting position to where their hands would reach something about 22 inches off the surface of the moon.
But if they dropped something, they couldn't pick it up, could they?
Unless they used their little tongs to pick it back up with.
Well, there's been a great deal of work, as you can see from that hardware Peter Hackes was describing. A great deal of work has gone into the design.
Both now and presumably in the future. You'll notice it's a rather cumbersome-looking affair, but rather necessary. Mr. Savage, why is it necessary, and what's he wearing?
Well, we're going to the moon where we don't have any atmosphere as we know it here on the Earth, Peter. It's necessary to provide 2 things. One, a pressurized garment to retain an atmosphere, and 2, a piece of equipment, mechanism for providing that atmosphere. Oxygen, water vapor, this sort of thing.
And what we have here is a cutaway version, presumably, of what he is wearing on his back.
Right. We're looking at two mock-ups here. The one on my near left is an exposed version of the pack without its thermal insulation that we see on this mock-up. This mock-up is the actual flight configuration covered with thermal insulation.
Let's go from top to bottom here and take a look at what we have.
We have two major sections to this equipment. The topmost section, this box at the very top, is an oxygen purge system, which is basically a backup system for the backpack itself, the PLIS or PLSS, which is the bottom section here.
This is what they call the OPS.
The OPS,
when we hear this
right.
on the intercom, or that is to say, in the conversation, that's what they're referring to. This is the OPS, and this is what's called the PLIS, PLSS.
Right. These are two completely independent life support systems. This unit here being the primary system, this being the secondary or backup system.
And this in here, I presume, is the radio.
The radio, actually, Peter, is the small box on the very top that runs from here to here. That is the communication system. The box we're looking at right here, this flange, is the heat exchanger. You've probably heard it referred to as the sublimator, which is what actually rejects all of the heat of this system to the vacuum of space.
Now, what does this machine do for the man walking on the moon?
Well, in addition to providing the communications, the means for allowing him to talk to his fellow crewmen and talk to us back here, it provides a complete life support system which provides oxygen within the suit, provides heat removal from his metabolic expenditure, provides for the removal of water vapor, which he gives off as he breathes, provides removal of carbon dioxide, which he also gives off, and it supplies the water from a central tank here to the sublimator, which is then boiled to the vacuum of space for this heat removal that I've mentioned.
Now, suppose there were nothing to remove the heat of the man's body in his normal energy, whatever he's doing. What would it soon develop?
Well, in a very short period of time, his body would store heat, his body temperature would rise, and ultimately he would be subject to collapse from the over-temperature condition of his body.
In other words, then, Mr. Savage, what you're saying is that this portable system really duplicates what he's getting inside the spacecraft.
That is right. It does everything for him that the LEM, the command module, environmental control systems do, in effect on a miniature basis for a shorter period of time.
What temperatures does it keep him at?
It supplies oxygen to the suit at a maximum temperature of about 70 degrees. It provides chilled water through these two tubes that we see right here, which are circulated in a network of tubing on his body, provides that water at a temperature of between 45 and 60 degrees.
Can he regulate that to whatever temperature he desires?
He can regulate it. There are three different positions of a mixing valve right here, which is accessible to him, so that he can have that system in any one of three positions for minimum, intermediate, or maximum cooling.
Now, you say he's entirely on his own when he's wearing this. For how long can he go on his own?
Well, the system, the backpack, will provide for his needs for a period of up to 4 hours. The oxygen purge system, the unit on the top, can take care of him for up to 1/2 hour.
Well, briefly in conclusion, Mr. Savage, it looks good. How do you know it's going to work?
Well, I wish I could count the thousands of hours that we have put in our laboratories, in NASA laboratories, both at the Manned Spacecraft Center and at KSC, testing this equipment. We have thoroughly proven it. The astronauts have operated the actual equipment that's with them on this mission during simulated ground tests. All in all, we have a high degree of confidence that this equipment will function.
And it's also been used in space, has it not?
Yes, it has. It was used for approximately 1 hour on the Apollo 9 mission.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I believe him.
Yeah, hold it, going close, and I'll get the valve to, okay? And I better get up first.
Hatch reported coming open at 109 hours, 8 minutes, 5 seconds.
Okay, the valve's throttle.
Okay.
Correction, 109.07.35.
Slow up to forward. The window cleared yet? The water window cleared yet? It was, yeah. Mine hasn't cleared yet.
Perhaps I should say again that we won't get pictures until after the hatch is open.
Over.
Armstrong has started down the ladder a couple of steps.
Columbia, go ahead.
Pulls a latch.
Columbia, this is Houston. We'd like you to cycle the fans in cryo-hydrogen tank number 1. And LOS time this orbit is 111-19er-31. Correction, make that for the next orbit. You already have the AOS LOS for this orbit. Have the AOS LOS for this.
Roger on time, and you want to cycle the fan and cryo-hydrogen tank 1.
Roger out.
There's at least one thing that's not bothering anybody in this country anymore, and that was the fear that the Soviet lunar probe would land and scoop up some lunar soil and come back before the Apollo astronauts arrived there. At 3:15 this afternoon, Eastern Daylight Time, the Soviet control base in the Crimean went over the horizon and lost contact with the lunar probe, and it's unlikely that they would be able to do anything with it until tomorrow morning. It's still orbiting as far as we know, and at one point it went down as low as 10 miles above the lunar surface. It was in the same general area, apparently not at the same time as the Apollo landing. In Moscow, the Soviet news agency TASS said Luna 15 was within 10 miles of the moon at its lowest point. It added that the probe was functioning normally in its scientific exploration of lunar space. That's the last word we've had on it. They've apparently got the hatch open, and Commander Armstrong is more than likely either getting out or preparing to get out. He does it very slowly and carefully. He doesn't want to damage his suit. This model is in the NBC Space Center. We don't know whether that's what it looks like there with all those rocks or not. But he said he saw all sizes, and so we're probably as close as you can be without seeing it firsthand.
They've been on the PLSSs now for 16 and a half minutes.
Columbia, this is Houston. We show you nearing high-gain antenna scan limits. When you lose lock on us, we request Omni Delta. Omni Delta when you lose lock, over. Delta. Delta when you lose.
Transmission.
Roger, Omni Delta.
Transmission up to Collins. And we've heard no more from the crew on the moon since they said they were opening
We're
the
8
hatch.
minutes away from loss of signal on Columbia.
To let the last pound plus of pressure outside the cabin.
Okay, my wind is cleared. I'm going to go to... I might cooling up a little bit. Okay, my wind is clear.
They've got electric defoggers on their windows.
All
don't they?
RCU windows are clear. IMC circuit is 4243. And I got FN pressure light, a 3 amp light, and an ECS light. Downward separator light. Houston, this Neil, radio check.
Neil, this is Houston, loud and clear. Break, break. Buzz, this is Houston. Radio check and verify TV circuit breaker in.
Roger, TV circuit breaker's in.
That's Aldrin turning on the camera.
5 clear.
Roger.
There's the picture.
And we're getting a picture on the TV.
You got a good picture, huh?
There's a great deal of contrast in it, and currently it's upside down on our monitor, but we can make out a fair amount of detail.
Okay, would you verify the position?
It is upside down.
The opening I ought to have on the camera.
Stand what?
Now it's right side up.
Now they've turned it right. Now we can see him moving down. Let's just enjoy this.
Okay, Neil, we can see you coming down the ladder now.
Okay, Neil, we can see you coming. Okay, I just checked getting back up to that first step. It's not even collapsed too far, but it's adequate to get back up.
Roger, we copy.
It's a pretty good little jump.
He's on the move.
Buzz, this is Houston. F2, 1/160th second for shadow photography on the sequence camera.
Okay. I'm at the foot of the ladder. The limb footbeds are only depressed in the surface about 1 or 2 inches, although the surface appears to be very, very fine-grained as you get close to it. It's almost like a powder. Ground mass is very fine. I'm going to step off the limb now. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
I think he said one small step for man, but one giant leap for man. I'm not certain I got all that right.
The surface is fine and powdery. I can pick it up loosely with my toe. It does adhere in fine layers, like powdered charcoal, to the sole and sides of my boot. I only go in a small fraction of an inch, maybe an eighth of an inch, but I can see the footprints of my boots and the treads in the fine sandy particles.
Neil, this is Houston. We're copying.
seems to be no difficulty in moving around as we suspected. It's even perhaps easier than the simulations of 16G that we performed in various simulations on the ground. Absolutely no trouble to walk around. The descent engine did not leave a crater of any size. It has about 1 foot clearance on the ground. We're essentially on a very level place here. I can see some evidence of rays emanating from the descent engine, but very insignificant amount. Okay, Buzz, we ready to bring down the camera? I'm all ready. I think it's 2 miles squared away in good shape. Okay. Okay, you'll have to pay out all the LEC, Ned. Looks like it's coming out nice and evenly. Okay, it's quite dark here in the shadow and a little hard for me to see that I have good footing. I'll work my way over into the sunlight here without looking directly into the sun. Okay, it's taut now.
Unofficial time on the first step, 109.2420.
Okay, I think you're pulling the wrong one. Okay, I'm ready to pull it down now. There was still a little bit left in the... Okay, don't hold it quite so tight. Okay? Okay. Looking up at the LEM, I'm standing directly in the shadow now, looking up at Buzz in the windows. And I can see everything quite clearly. The light is sufficiently bright, backlighted into the front of the LEM, that everything is very clearly visible. Okay, I'm going to be changing it. Okay.
Surgeon says that...
Camera installed on the RCU bracket.
Surgeon says the crew is doing well. Data is good, crew is doing well.
And I'm still in the LEC on the secondary struts. I'll step out and take some of my first pictures here.
Roger, Neil, we're reading you loud and clear. Let's see, getting some pictures and the contingency sample.
Thirty-five and a half minutes of PLSS time expended now.
We might orient you just a bit. The black upper portion of the picture is the blackness of space. The white lower portion, about the lower third, more or less, is the surface of the moon, illuminated by the sun. The black...
Neil, this is Houston. Did you copy about the contingency sample? Over.
All right, you're going to get to that just as soon as I finish these picture series.
The shadow of the lunar module is the dark area to the lower left of your picture. And the leg of it, of course, you see going up through the middle, the white structure.
Might help out a little bit here too, David. According to the information we got on the way the spacecraft had landed, you're looking southwest on the moon. The ladder is pointing almost due west. It's 13 degrees to the south from due west on the moon, which would mean, if you're looking at it, the ladder is pointed to the left side of the moon, westward and slightly south.
Okay, gonna get the contingency sample there, Neil? Right. Okay, that's good.
Unless they're in some kind of depression, the horizon is usually about 2 miles away.
A little out of sequence on his chores there. He was supposed to get the contingency sample, the small first sample of the lunar surface as a first activity, and then go to the other. He reversed them a bit. And
okay, the
camera down
contingency
first.
sample is down and it's up sample.
He moved out of camera range to get that because they wanted to get a sample as far as they could.
It's very interesting. It's a very soft surface, but here and there where I plug with the contingency sample collector, I run into very hard surface, but it appears to be very cohesive material of the same sort. I'll try to get a rock in here. A couple.
Again, the reason he moved away was they wanted to get as far as they could away from where the descent engine put out its plume and disturbed the surface of the moon. And they want to get as pure a sample as they can.
It has a stark beauty all its own. It's like much of the high desert of the United States. It's different, but it's very pretty out here. Be advised that a lot of the rock samples out here, the hard rock samples, have what appear to be vesicles in the surface. Also, I'm looking at one now that appears to have some sort of phenocryst.
Houston, roger out.
There's a precise...
Okay, the handle is off the... it pushes in about 6-8 inches into the surface. Like it's pretty easy to...
It is. It's, I'm sure I could push it in farther, but it's hard for me to bend down farther than that.
Didn't know you could throw so
You
far.
can really throw things a long way up here.
Precise quotation of the first words spoken by a man on the moon. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
My pocket open, bud?
Yes, it is. It's not up against your suit, though. Hit it back once more. More toward the inside. Okay, that's good.
The TV camera
Put it in the
is
pocket?
Yeah, push down.
fixed in this
Got it.
position for the time
No,
being.
not all the way in. Push it.
In a few moments, he's going to take it off and mount it on a tripod away from the spacecraft, and so we should get a little
Engine
bit of
sample
look.
is in the pocket. My oxygen is 81%. I have no flags, and I'm in minimum flow. This is Houston, Roger Neil.
He's in good condition.
Okay, I got the camera going at 1 frame a second. Okay. And I've got 80%, no flags. Good.
Are you getting a TV picture now, Houston? Neil, yes, we are getting a TV picture. Neil, this is Houston. We're getting a picture. You're not in at the present time. We can see the bag on the LEC being moved by Buzz, though. Here you come into our field of view. Oh, okay. Buzz, let me move that over the edge for you.
Okay, ready for me to come out?
Yeah, just stand by a second. I'll move this over the handrail.
Well, he's moving with a great deal more confidence than he did initially. He's bouncing around now.
That's how you move when you lose 5/6 of your weight.
Yeah, right. But not nearly as gingerly as at first.
Okay.
All right, that's got it. Are you ready?
All set.
And now Armstrong will make pictures of Aldrin as he comes down the ladder with the camera, and we'll see it from the other
difficulties
camera.
I was having. I'll try to watch your bliss from underneath here.
He really gets around with remarkable ease.
You know, they had prepared for all sorts of problems. Falling down, not being able to get up, not being able to get enough traction to move around, to start or stop.
All right, the backup camera is position.
Okay, your bliss looks like it's clear and okay. The toes are about to come over the sill. Okay, now drop your bliss down. There you go, you're clear. And laterally, you're good. Got an inch clearance on top of your bliss.
Okay, you need a little bit of arching of the back to come down. That's like what you're doing. How far are my feet from the
Okay, you're right at the edge of the porch.
Okay. Back in from... Small little foot movement. Porch. Arching of the back. Moment comes up and clears the bulkhead without any trouble at all.
Looks good.
Armstrong returning the favor now and helping Aldrin position himself as he comes out the hatch.
45 minutes PLSS time expended.
I have to come down the ladder and
Neil, this is Houston.
join
Based
him
on
on the
your
moon.
camera transfer with the LEC, do you foresee any difficulties in SRC transfer over? Negative.
That's the sample return containers, the rock boxes that Capcom.
Now I want to back up and partially close the hatch.
He was asking Armstrong if the device they used to lower the camera worked well enough to suggest they would have little or no trouble getting the rocks back up, and the answer was no problem.
Particularly good thought. That's our home for the next couple hours. We want to take good care of it. Okay, I'm on the top step, and I can look down over the RCU and landing gear pad. It's a very simple matter to hop down from one step to the next. Yes, I found it to be very comfortable, and walking is also very comfortable. You've got 3 more steps and then a long one. Okay, I'm going to leave that 1 foot up there and both hands down to about the 4th rung up. There you go.
And he jumped down.
Okay, now I think I'll do the same.
And the second man is on the moon.
A little more. About another inch. There, you got it? That's a good step. Yep. About a 3-footer. Beautiful view. Isn't that something? Magnificent sight out here. Magnificent desolation.
Both PLSS is nominal on consumables.
Looks like the secondary strut have little thermal effects on it right here, Neil. Yeah, I noticed that. Seems to be the worst, although similar effects are on all around. Powder is very, very fine powder, isn't it? Isn't it fine? Right in this area, I don't think there's much of any but fine powder. Some clouds together, and it's hard to tell whether it's a clod or a rock. Notice how you can pick it out. Yeah, and it bounces, and then
This television picture is going over most of the world. We've just got a report from Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Romania that the picture quality there is very good. And
reaching down, fairly easy. I got my suit dirty at this stage. The mass of the backpack does have some effect in inertia. There's a slight tendency, I can see now, to backwards due to the soft, very soft texture. You're standing on a rock, big rock there now. Hatcher didn't. No, it didn't. Absolutely no crater there at all from the engine. No. I wonder if that right under the engine is where probe might have hit. I'd like that. Yeah, I think that's a good representation of our sideward velocity of touchdown. That folded the probe. I'll see that probe over on the minus Y strut. Broken off and bent back up. That did, didn't it? The other two boats bent over. Can't say too much for the visibility right here without the visor up. Pretty dark. It looks like there's a surface of a flat, rounded rock. And incidentally, these rocks, very powdery surface.
Say again, please, Buzz. You're cutting out.
And here's some. I say that the rocks are rather slippery.
Roger.
Very powdery surface. When it's on there, it's fill up all the very little fine porises. They'll tend to slide over it rather easily.
He's now doing a little work with the camera, taking the heat protection
Neil
device.
Armstrong getting ready to move the TV camera now out to its panorama position.
Traction seems quite good. Particular area. Start to lose my balance in one direction, and recovery is quite natural and very easy. And moving your arms around, Jack doesn't go off the surface. Not quite that light-footed. And I have the insulation off the mesa now. The mesa seems to be in good shape. You have to be careful that you're leaning in the direction you want to go, otherwise you slightly inebriate. In other words, you have to cross your foot over to stay underneath where your center of mass is.
You look okay as far as distance goes, Neil, and we'll line you up again when you finish the panorama. You're going too fast on the panorama sweep. You're going to have to stop for...
I haven't stopped. I haven't set it down yet. That's the first picture in the panorama. Right there.
Roger.
I see what he means about it having a stark beauty of its own. It is pretty.
Just about northeast. Tell me if you got a picture, Houston.
Well, we've got a beautiful picture, Neil.
Okay, I'm going to move it.
Okay, there's another good one.
Something on the horizon.
Okay, we got that one.
Okay, now this one's right down sun, straight west. And I want to know if you can see an angular rock in the foreground.
Roger, we have a large angular rock in the foreground, and looks like a a much smaller rock a couple of inches to the left of it. Over.
Right, and then on beyond it about 10 feet is an even larger rock that's very rounded. That rock is about, the closest one to you is about sticking out of the sand about 1 foot. It's about 1.5 feet long, and it's about 6 inches thick, but it's standing on edge.
Roger.
But nothing to knock it over.
Okay, Neil, I've got the table out. Got a bag deployed.
We got this to you, Neil.
I wonder what that is.
Straight south.
Roger, and we see the shadow of the limb.
In the hills, Roger, the little hills just beyond the shadow of the limb is a pair of elongate craters. About probably the pair together is 40 feet long and 20 feet across, and they're probably 6 feet deep. We'll probably get some more work in there later.
Now they move the camera again, and the limb is visible once more, and Buzz Aldrin comes into view, standing by the limb strut.
Roger, and we see Buzz going about his work.
How's that for a final?
For a final orientation, we'd like it to come left about 5 degrees. Over. Back to the right about half as much.
Okay.
Okay, that looks good there, Neil.
Yeah, that looks good, Neil. Okay.
One hour, 7 minutes time expended.
Okay, you can make a mark, Houston.
Roger, follow in.
And incidentally, you can use the shadow that the staff makes to assist you in getting it perpendicular.
Buzz is erecting the solar wind experiment now.
Some of these small depressions big soft, and you tend to think, oh, maybe 2 or 3 inches. I can suggest exactly what the layer pictures showed when they pushed away a little bit. You can see force transmitted through the upper surface of the soil, and about 5 or 6 inches away, it breaks loose and moves as if it were caked on the surface, when in fact it really isn't. I notice in the soft spots where we have footprints nearly an inch deep that the soil is very cohesive, and it will retain a slope of probably 70 degrees on the side of the footprint.
The men appear to float as they move rather than take steps, although you can see distinct footsteps.
I was going to mention that it looks something like crude animation or cartoon work, if you would, as they walk across. I've probably seen early stages of cartoons, if you're that old.
Like King Kong.
All right, King Kong. That's a good description.
This is an adventure that far surpasses King Kong. The men now in the deep shadow of the limb between them and the rising sun.
You know, I'd use words like unbelievable and fantastic, but that doesn't describe it.
You know, and it would be trite to compare them to Lewis and Clark. Aldrin and Armstrong are doing things that are beyond any conception of past exploration.
All LEM systems still looking good.
Both men now still in the shadow of the limb.
July 20th, 1969, that would be 66 years, right after the first man flew. Man's on the moon.
Yes. And only, let's see, 57 years since man first flew coast to coast in an airplane. And it took him about 3 months to do it.
Dead end, come off. I'm going to get the camera. Take that part. Go out here with them. Put up to the rock here.
This LEM was put right down perfectly on a spot 240,000 miles from Earth. When man first flew from coast to coast 57 years ago, they had to use railroad tracks as their guidance and navigation system. And they'd send advanced crews out with a paintbrush and paint the railroad tracks to point them in the right direction.
Okay, you'll have to extend that one.
Columbia, this is Houston, ALS, over.
Houston, ALS, over.
Neil Armstrong's been on the lunar surface now almost 45 minutes.
I don't have camera.
You know, it looks like a desert at about
very much so.
You know,
a desert at twilight.
Referring to. Pardon me?
A desert at twilight.
Yes.
It lives up to all its pre-landing billings, certainly an inhospitable place. Rocks scattered about with small craters.
Overhead, Collins and the command ship Columbia could hear, but not watch the unfolding drama.
Columbia, this is Houston, reading you loud and clear, over.
Yeah, this is Houston reading. Yeah, reading you loud and clear. How's it going?
Roger, the EVA is progressing beautifully. I believe they're setting up the flag now.
Great.
I guess you're about the only person around that doesn't have TV coverage of the scene.
That's all right, I don't mind a bit. How is the quality of the TV?
Oh, it's beautiful, Mike. It really is.
Oh, geez, that's great. Is the lighting halfway decent?
Yes, indeed. They've got the flag up now, and you can see the stars and stripes on the lunar surface.
Beautiful, just beautiful.
However, this in no wise makes a territorial claim by the United States, as they can't claim this in the name of Queen Victoria.
As a matter of fact, they have a flag for every nation with the exception of a couple, 3, namely Red China and Cuba.
See if you can pull that end off a little bit. Tighten that end up a little. It won't go out.
still working with the flag now. They appeared to have the flag planted in the lunar soil and took it back out to try again. There seems to be a hard pan under the inch or two of lunar dust on top. And there are spots in this hard pan that presumably are difficult to penetrate. Perhaps that's the reason the flag staff was pulled out and then replanted. The flag now in the lunar soil, being held out in an unfurled position by a spring device.
It's a little wire that runs right up the top of it, Russ. Keeps it sticking out in the airless world. And you know, the more I look at this picture, the more it looks like to me a grade B Western to a certain extent on a desert, you know, where they would use night lighting.
The astronauts have stepped to one side and are gazing at the flag. I don't know whether they're saluting it or not, but their back is to us and we can't see, but they seem to be standing in an attentive position as though they were paying their respects to the flag.
I think we're anticipating a telephone call to the moon from the White House.
Neil, this is Houston, radio check, over. Hi, Roger. Houston, loud and clear. Roger out. Loud and clear, Houston. Roger, Buzz.
Now they are moving away from the flag.
They are walking around without any effort at all, but they seem to be enjoying it, to say the least.
Easier than in the simulator, Armstrong said.
It's almost as if they were roller skating without skates. Just an easy shuffle of those heavy lunar boots, and they are able to move right along without any difficulty.
I'd like to evaluate the various paces that a person can traveling on the lunar surface. I believe I'm out of your field of view. Is that right now, Houston?
That's affirmative, Buzz. You're in our field of view now.
You do have to be. All right, you do have to be rather careful to keep track of where your center of mass is. Sometimes it takes about 2 or 3 paces to make sure that you've got your feet underneath you. And about 2 or 3 or maybe 4 easy paces can bring you to a fairly smooth stop. Direction. Like a football player, you just have to put out to the side and cut a little bit. So-called kangaroo hop does work, but it seems your forward stability is not quite as good as it is in the conventional, more conventional one foot after another. As far as saying what a sustained pace might be, I think the one that I'm using now would get rather tiring after several hundred. But this may be a function of the suit as well as lack of gravity force here.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. Could we get both of you on the camera for a minute, please?
Say again, Houston.
Roger, we'd like to get both of you in the field of view of the camera for a minute. Neil and Buzz, the President of the United States is in his office now and would like to say a few words to you. Over.
That would be an honor.
Go ahead, Mr. President. This is Houston out.
Hello, Neil and Buzz. I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room at the White House. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made. I just can't tell you how proud we all are of what you... For every American, this has to be the proudest day of our lives. And for people all over the world, I am sure they too join with Americans in recognizing what an immense feat this is. Because of what you have done, the heavens have become a part of man's world. And as you talk to us from the Sea of Tranquility, it inspires us to redouble our efforts to bring peace and tranquility to Earth. For one priceless moment in the whole history of man, all the people on this earth are truly one. One in their pride in what you have done, and one in our prayers that you will return safely to Earth.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor and privilege for us to be here representing not only the United States, but men of peace of all nations, men with interest and a curiosity, and men with a vision for the future. Honor for us to be able to participate here today.
And thank you very much, and I look forward, all of us look forward to seeing you on the Hornet on Thursday.
Look forward to that very much, sir.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Loud and clear, Houston.
Roger, I've got a P-22 auto optics pad for you.
Roger, go ahead.
Roger, P-22, landmark ID, LEM, T1, 1102656. T2, 1103206. 3 miles south. Time of closest approach, 1103340. Shaft, 353.855. Trunnion, 46.495. Roll 0. Pitch 250. Yaw 0. Over.
Roger, thank you. Read back now required.
Roger, out.
Houston, it's very interesting to note that when I kick my foot material with no atmosphere here and it's gravity, they seem to leave, and most of them have about the same angle of departure and velocity. Where I stand, the large portion of them will impact at a certain distance out. There are several percentage, of course, that will impact different regions out, but it's highly dependent upon initial trajectory upwards determines where most of the authority of the particle comes down, like the terrain.
Roger, Buzz, and break, Columbia, this is Houston. When you track out of high gain antenna limits, request Omni Delta, over.
Come in. I've noticed several times in going from the sunlight into shadow that just as I go in, I catch an additional reflection off the lem, along with the reflection off my face onto the visor, makes visibility very poor just at the transition sunlight into the shadow. I essentially have so much glare coming onto my visor, I'm under shadow until helmet actually gets shadow, and then it takes a short while for my eyes to adapt to lighting conditions. Inside the shadow area, visibility, as we've said before, is not too great, but both visors up. We can certainly get what sort of footprints we have and the general condition of the soil. Again, after being out in the sunlight a while, it takes... watch it, Neil. Neil, you're on the cable. Okay. Yeah, lift up your right foot. Right foot. It's still, your toe is still hooked in it. That one? Yeah, it's still hooked in it. A minute. Okay, you're clear now. Thank you. Let's move that over this way.
Neil Armstrong has the scoop for the bulk sample collection.
This could be as much as 50 pounds of material, rocks and soil or what have you. And when they seal them, they'll seal them in such a manner that they will bring them back under vacuum. This is important to the scientists who will study them once they get back here, is that they open it under pure vacuum.
The boot color of my boots have completely disappeared now into this still don't know exactly what color to describe this other than grayish cocoa color. Seems to be covering most of the wider part of the boot. Color that had very fine particles.
Buzz, this is Houston. You're cutting out on the end of your transmission. Can you speak a little more closely into your microphone, over?
Roger, I'll try that.
Beautiful.
Well, I had that one inside my mouth that time.
Sounded a little wet.
A little wet.
Neil's been on the surface an hour now. Buzz, not quite 20 minutes less than that.
In general, time spent in the shadow doesn't seem to have any thermal effects. We feel inside the suit. There is a difference, of course, in the coming radiation and helmet, so I think there's a tendency to feel a little cooler in the shadow than we feel out in the sun.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
half expended on the PLSSs now.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
This is the random sampling that they are taking now, and they will fill two boxes. Each box big enough to carry approximately 50 pounds of earth weight. How many pounds of moon soil will depend upon the density of the rocks they pick up. But this first sample will be uncatalogued, be a sort of a random sampling. Any rocks that look interesting to them, scientists, geologists around the world can take a rock the size of a tennis ball and analyze it and tell you almost more than you really care to know from their analysis of it.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Houston, Columbia, Delta.
Roger, you should have VHF AOS with the LEM right about now. VHF LOS will be at 40 minutes, 15 seconds, over.
Thank you.
Lunar Module flyers Neil Armstrong and Edwin Aldrin now well beyond the halfway point in their walk on the moon.
Heart rates on both crewmen averaging between 90 and 100. Flight surgeon reports they're right on the predicted number of the BTU units expended in energy of work. And he thinks they're in great shape.
I look around the area, the contrast in general is comes about completely by virtue of the shadows. Almost deep. Looking down sun, zero phase, very light colored gray, light gray colored, like the halo around my own shadow, around the shadow of my helmet. Then as I look off cross sun, the contrast becomes strongest in that the surrounding color is still fairly light. As you look down into the sun, a larger amount of shadowed areas looking toward us. The general color of the surrounding is darker than cross sun. Contrast is not as great. Surveying the dusty area that we've picked up, considerably darker in texture. Now, I've picked up one. I imagine that this has been out by certain impacts that that's what it's been surveyor. The same is true I survey cross sun along the area that we're walking. General, in addition to the fact that there are footprints there, general terrain where I've been up out of this surface trail is generally of a darker contrast surrounding color.
We see one of the astronauts now very close to the LEM, collecting the lunar soil, walking in sort of a crouched position, not moving very far away from the LEM in collecting this sample. The farthest they have walked has been the 40 or 50 feet or so that they moved the TV camera. Armstrong took the TV camera out that far and set it up on a tripod so that it could aim back at the LEM and show the full lunar module and the activities of the two astronauts between the camera and the LEM. Helps the mission controllers evaluate their activities, helps them evaluate their ability to move around, and also provides a very good show for millions of Earthbound participants.
You can see Neil Armstrong bringing the scoop.
The ram I'll be taking is about 30 to 40 feet out the bus. But, wait.
Say again, which strut, please, Buzz?
So it seems. The plus V strut.
Roger.
Right in this area, there are two craters. The one that's right in front of me now, as I look off in about the 11 o'clock position from spacecraft, about 30 to 35 feet across, and several rocks and boulders, 6, 8 inches across, different sizes.
Astronaut Aldrin describing some of the rocks and craters. Aldrin now not in the picture, Neil Armstrong at the base of the LEM.
Neil is filling the bulk sample bag attached to a scale. You can see him in the picture. Buzz is behind the LEM at the -Z strut. That's the landing gear directly opposite the ladder.
Astronauts Neil Armstrong and Edwin Aldrin now have been on their portable life support systems for better than an hour, 38 minutes, which means they have approximately an hour left to go. With still more experiments to do, they have a laser beam experiment, a seismic instrument to place on the moon's surface, those instruments to be left behind. They have already unfurled a foil to be used in gathering solar wind particles. That will be taken back with them when they fire the ascent engine and move back into lunar orbit tomorrow. Right now, the men are gathering rock samples. Armstrong is gathering rock samples.
Neil's been on the surface about an hour and 10 minutes now.
Astronaut Mike Collins, meanwhile, continues his orbit of the moon in the command ship. It will be Collins' job tomorrow to pick up these two men as they leave the lunar surface, go back into orbit for the docking, the rendezvous and docking, and the eventual return to Earth.
I'm now in the area of the -Y strut. Taking some action photographs.
The Apollo 8 crew said the moon was gray, it had no color, and the 10 crew said it was gray with the brownish gray areas.
Yeah, so ash cocoa.
In general,
ash cocoa.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Buzz is making his way around the LEM, photographing it from various angles, looking at its condition on all sides.
Armstrong earlier remarked about the stark beauty of the surface there. Described it, or he compared it to the high desert country of the United States.
With the bulk sample.
A lot of hard rock he described.
1 hour, 40 minutes time expended on the PLSSs now.
Three theories of how the moon came into being. One, naturally, that it formed itself out of particles traveling through space. Another is that it's part of the Earth that broke off at one time.
Salt sample is 15 sealed.
And the third theory is that the moon was another body in space traveling toward our solar system, was caught by the gravity of the Earth, and at one time it swung within 20,000 miles of our surface and caused huge tidal waves, and all here on Earth, and then eventually worked its way out. Because one of the laser mirror that they're going to set up could tell us somewhat whether or not this is true, if the moon is going away from us, if the solar system is expanding.
Columbia, this is Houston. Go ahead, over.
Roger, no marks on the limb that time. I did see a suspiciously small white object with coordinates are.
Go ahead with the coordinates on the small white object.
But I'm not sure the instrument is right on the southwest rim of a crater. I think they would know it if they were in such a location. It looks like their limb would be pitched up at quite a degree. It's on the southwest wall of a smallish crater.
Roger, copy.
These seismic experiments and the laser experiment and the solar wind experiment are all passive. They have no moving parts. They have no power supply. They just sit there. So theoretically, they should last indefinitely. And following up your other subject on the formation of the moon and the three theories of it, Dr. Urey, University of California Nobel Prize winner, I think is one who subscribes to that splash theory, that the moon at one time came so close, as you said, the tidal waves were created and perhaps water splashed onto the moon, and perhaps even contains remnants of protozoa and old life forms, which on this continent, or this country, or this planet, of course, would have long since been destroyed, but in the atmosphere or the lack of atmosphere around the moon, if such evidence exists, it would not have been destroyed, or at least that's what he hopes that these lunar experiments will show, that they perhaps can come up with some examples of life or water or moisture that at one time might have existed.
He's looking forward, incidentally, to getting a hold of some of these rocks.
Yes, indeed,
he's one of the
he is.
experimenters.
The lunar flyer is still moving around the limb now. Armstrong has confined most of his activities to the base of the limb, working at the modularized equipment storage assembly, the Mesa. He has completed the gathering of the rock samples, as he informed Mission Control just a few moments ago. In a few minutes, we can expect Armstrong to go ahead with some of the experiments that are to be deployed, some of the other experiments, the seismic, which still must be placed on the lunar surface, and the laser beam.
Deflector that's mounted on quad 1 seems to be a good bit more wrinkled right now on quad 4.
You're breaking up again, Buzz.
I say the jet deflector that mounted on quad 4 seems to be, the surface of it seems to be more wrinkled than the one that's on quad 1. Generally, underneath part of the LEM seems to have stood up quite well to the, look at some pictures in the aft part of the LEM that illuminate the thermal effects much better than we could get them up here in the front.
Roger out.
Want to get some particular photographs of the bulk sample area, Neil?
Okay.
He just called Armstrong Neil, which calls attention to a point that was brought up earlier. Since they call the two spaceships by different names, Eagle, Columbia, it was asked of them, how are they going to refer to each other when they're separated on the moon surface like this? And I think they said, well, we'll call each other by our names, Neil and Bart.
No flags. Adequate. Light warming fingered.
Roger, and Neil has 66%. O2, no flags. Minimum cooling, and the suit pressure is 382. Houston, roger out.
66% there on the PLSS, and they have been out, or been on them an hour and 46 minutes. So they're not using up the oxygen too fast.
Neil has finished collecting and packing the bulk sample.
Buzz, this is Houston. Have you removed the close-up camera from the Mesa yet? Over.
The Mesa referred to as the modularized equipment storage assembly, where the experiments and equipment are kept.
Get a panorama there. Okay.
Both men now at the base of the limb, moving about with apparently no difficulty at all. They seem to enjoy the ease with which they can move around on the lunar surface.
Houston, how does our timeline appear to be going?
Roger, it looks like you're about a half hour slow on it. We're working on consumables, over.
All right.
Both men still moving about in the vicinity of the lunar module as it rests in the southwestern corner of the Sea of Tranquility. A moment ago, Buzz Aldrin asked about the reservoir in his portable life support system and was informed that everything is looking good. Here's mission control.
Your consumables are in good shape at this time. The 30-minute reference was with respect to the nominal timeline, over.
Roger, I understand that.
Portable life support system utilizes body heat to convert the ice and the sublimator ice, to convert that directly into its gaseous state, H2O, And the O part, the oxygen, is what they breathe, and what keeps them alive.
The men have been on this system now for almost an hour and 50 minutes, which means they have about 50 or so minutes to go. It appears to me they still have a lot to do before they wrap up this walk on the surface of the moon. No communication now between mission control and the two flyers.
It's just conceivable that when they take off, we might get just the briefest glimpse of the flame coming down from the ascent engine before it severs the power cables to that television camera, because the TV camera will be left on the moon in this position.
Neil's been on the surface now slightly over an hour and 20 minutes.
We don't note any abnormalities in the limb. Quads seem to be in good shape. The primary and secondary struts are in good shape. Antennas are all in place. There's no evidence of problem underneath the limb due to either the engine exhaust or drainage of any kind.
Roger up. It's very surprising, very surprising lack of penetration of all four of the foot pads. I'd say if we were to try and determine just how far below the surface they would have penetrated, you'd measure in 2 or 3 inches, wouldn't you say, Neil?
At the most, yeah. That fly strut there is probably even less than that.
Picture of the bus-wide strut taken from near the descent station. I think we'll be able to see a little bit better what the ripple effects are. Seem to be quite minimal.
A gentle landing by Eagle.
They make periodic checks of the limb. They don't make just one check. They make frequent examinations of those limb struts just to make sure that they're not sinking slowly, and they're not.
This one picture taken at the right rear of the spacecraft, looking at the skirts of the descent stage. So a slight darkening of the surface color, a rather minimal amount of radiating or etching away or erosion of the surface. And now on descent, both of us remarked that we could see a large amount of very fine dust particles moving out. It was reported beforehand that we would probably see an outgassing from the surface after actual engine shutdown, but I recall I was unable to verify that.
This description of the lunar module from astronaut Edwin Aldrin. The men will be on the moon for about 22 hours, according to the flight plan, but they will be walking about on the surface for just a little over, well, actually less than 2 hours and a half.
Presumably, the rest period that they skipped in order to make this early EVA, presumably, I say, because we've certainly heard no confirmation or mention of the subject, will be added to the 4-hour rest period that is scheduled following EVA.
Just too big an angle, Neil. Yep. I think you're right.
Both men now taking a close look at the lunar module, both out of camera range, off to the left of the picture. Again, the lunar landscape in a general shadow. The sun barely over the horizon, over the lunar horizon. A portion of the limb brilliantly lighted, but most of it in shadow.
Commander Armstrong is now photographing all parts of the limb, and he has this close-up camera we started talking about a while ago that he took off of the Mesa. And it's a stereo camera that he can use, and he'll take pictures of the exact impression.
Minus Z set now. Stereo pair we're taking to the bed will take very little force of impact that we actually had.
I get the impression these men are very much impressed by the firmness of the terrain beneath the limb and beneath the area in which they're walking.
And Neil, if you'll take the camera, okay, to work on the SEQ bay. Okay.
Columbia, Columbia, this is Houston.
I noticed that...
Columbia, this is Houston. Go ahead, Bud.
Okay. Try to get some close-up pictures of that front. I was saying that Houston stop and take a photograph of something and then want to start moving again sideways. Quite a tendency to start doing it with just gradual sideways hops because you start getting momentum.
Roger.
Can you see us underneath the lamp over at the SEQ bay, Houston?
Yes, indeed, Buzz. We can see your feet sticking out underneath the structure of the LEM descent stage.
Okay, I'm just on the other side of the...
now we can see you through the structure of the minus Z secondary strut.
The SEQ bay contains the scientific experiments to be left on the surface of the moon. The laser reflector.
They're open, and it looks like they're going to stay up without any problem.
Columbia, Columbia, this is Houston. We're about to lose you on the Omnis. Request high gain antenna. React mode. Pitch 20. Yaw 135. Over.
I'm going to pick an area, Neil.
Make that yaw 175. Columbia, yaw 175 on the high gain.
Columbia's locked up on the high gain, Houston.
Roger out.
Two men looking over their lunar module now, moving about in clear picture range. As they move around to the sunny side of the limb, I thought you were going to say street. The sun, they've got the whole boulevard here, I'll tell you. No traffic jam where they are.
The surgeon says everything looks fine.
The men have been on their portable life support systems now for almost 2 hours. Dr. Charles Berry, flight surgeon, reported a few moments ago that everything looks good. So Armstrong and Aldrin are making the most of it and are continuing their activities outside the lunar module, walking about.
An hour and a half of lunar surface time for Neil Armstrong.
At this time, astronaut Aldrin has opened the equipment bay door, and he's removing the two scientific experiments we've been talking about that will be left behind on the moon. One checks and reports to Earth the lunar seismic activity. The other experiment provides a reflector target for laser beams measuring precise Earth-Moon distance.
Houston, the passive seismometer has been deployed manually.
Roger.
They've been on the portable life support systems for 2 hours now.
Aldrin will carry out these experiments to their location, which will be about 70 feet from the limb, where they'll begin setting them up. The first one he'll set up will be the passive seismic experiment.
And the manual deployment of the LR cubed little spring that's at the end of the string pulled off of the pit fin. Now, however, I was able to reach up and get hold of the pit fin and pull it loose. So it'll be deployed manually also.
Roger.
And the panorama is complete, and got the limb 730 position at about 60 feet.
That's Neil Armstrong to the left of the screen. By that.
Doors are closed and locked.
Roger.
Hey, have you got us a good area picked out? Well, I think right out on that rise out there is probably as good as any. Right over here. But probably stay on the high ground there and much at the edge of that crater is rather that's soft. Real soft there, isn't it? A couple of close-ups on these quite rounded, large boulders.
Buzz Aldrin coming into view on the right, carrying the two experiments.
About 40 feet out. I'd say out to the end of that next... Well, it's going to be a little difficult to find a good level spot here. Top of that next little ridge there, wouldn't that be a pretty good place? Okay, how about I put the LR cube right about here? All right. And, I'm going to have to get on the other side of this rock here. I would go right around that crater to the left there. Isn't that a level spot there? I think this right here is just as level. Okay.
And they will be out of the camera's field of view while setting up these experiments.
The boulders look like basalt, and they have probably 2% white minerals in them, white crystals. And the thing that I reported as vesicular before, I don't believe I believe that anymore. I think it's small craters. They look like little impact craters where BB shot has hit the surface.
A little meteorites, I suppose. Well, he's talking about basalt, not gold and diamonds, so we can get all the basalt we need around here.
Well, they called Alaska Seward's Folly at one time, too. It was sometime later that it proved its mineral wealth. The astronauts will compensate for the weight of the rocks that they're collecting. It'll be more than 100 pounds. They'll compensate for the weight of those rocks in their command module on their return trip home by leaving behind quite an array of equipment. They'll leave the TV equipment, they'll leave the camera, the tripod, they'll leave all of the scientific experiments that they're setting up. Some of the lower stage, the descent stage of the Eagle will also be left behind. They'll leave their 2 portable life support systems and part of their garments, too.
Both men now out of camera range as they set up the seismic and laser beam experiments. It's a passive picture we're looking at.
Houston, I have the seismic experiment flipped over now, and I'm aligning it with the sun. I'm having a little bit of difficulty getting the beef still in the center. Wants to move around and around on the outside. Doesn't find any spot, any home.
You're cutting out again, Buzz.
Did I say I'm not having too much success in leveling the PSE experiment?
Lunar Module flyers Neil Armstrong and Edwin Aldrin still out of camera range as they move about on the lunar surface, setting up experiments that hopefully will tell men for years to come something about the formation of the universe and the nature of the heavenly bodies that surround this Earth of ours. Here's one of the flyers now talking to Houston's mission control. Let's listen.
The bubbles level, and the alignment appears to be good.
Neil, this is Houston. Roger, out.
Hey, you want to take a look at this BB, see what you make out of it? I found it pretty hard to get perfectly level, too. That BB likes the outside. It won't go on the inside. That little cup is convex now instead of concave. I think you're right. I believe it is. Houston, I don't think there's any hope of using this leveling device to come up with an accurate level. It looks to me as though the cup here that the BB is in is now convex instead of concave. Over.
Roger, 11. Press on. If you think it looks level by eyeball, go ahead.
Okay.
The bubble they're discussing is on a leveling device on the passive seismometer.
One going, huh? There you go. Good work. Good show. Hey, whoa, stop. Back up.
Houston, as I was facing the PSC, the right-hand solar array deployed automatically. The left hand, I had to manually spinning bar at the far end. And all parts of the solar array are clear of the ground now.
Buzz, this is Houston. Understand you did successfully deploy both solar arrays, over.
Roger, that's affirmative. And there isn't any way of telling whether that's lined up. Not getting in the way. Maybe I can get down here. Appears to be plenty.
Astronaut Aldrin is still deploying the solar panels on the seismic experiment, which means it'll only operate while there's sunlight on that part. The seismic stations to go up in the future will have what they call a snap generator. That's a nuclear generator to power them. It'll go day and night. In this laser reflector mirror, they ground the glass to within a half a second of arc. Now, this is a year ago, for example, the state-of-the-art grinding glass was about 1 second of arc. So it's extremely accurate. Now, if you want to go in figuring out that, you can figure out the millionths of degree of span that you have and accuracy of going out and coming back, and it's really accurate.
It looks like down here.
I think my watch stopped, Neil.
Hit it.
No, it didn't either. Second hand. Okay, if you can just kind of hold it, but I think I can do the pulling.
Okay.
There they go, sending up another box.
That conveyor belt's quite an operation.
Stand by a minute when they move back.
Armstrong now moving back away from the lunar module with his end of this conveyor belt. As it was so aptly described a little while ago, it's much like a clothesline contraption set up on a pulley.
Easy on the hatch now.
But instead of clothes, lunar rocks are being cranked right up to the hatch
Okay, I'll get it the rest
in the
way.
lunar module, and astronaut Aldrin is standing there to retrieve them. Place the rock boxes, etc. inside.
Just a second.
Fasten them down.
A little more.
Preparation for the ascent stage of the lunar module to lift off tomorrow.
2 hours, 40 minutes on the PLSSs.
2 hours, 40 minutes on the PLSSs, which was the programmed timeline. Now, they did extend that an extra 15 minutes earlier.
Buzz? Okay, it's unhooked. How about that package out of your sleeve? Get that? No. Okay, I'll get it. I'll get up there. Got it now? That's all. Okay? Okay.
Armstrong now at the ladder. And appears to be wiping his feet.
Neil, this is Houston. Did you get the Hasselblad magazine?
Yes, I did. And we got about, I'd say, 20 pounds of carefully selected, if not documented, samples.
Houston, Roger. Well done. Out.
At the second box.
Unofficial time off the surface at 1:11:37:32.
Now start arching your back. That's good. Plenty of room. All right, arch your back a little, your head's up against the out. Roll right just a little bit. Head down. And in good shape. Thank you. I'm bumping now. Now you're clear. You're rubbing up against me a little bit. Okay. Turn right. That's right. Turn left.
Both men now inside the lunar module. They're walked on the surface of the moon completely.
Okay. I'll move your foot and I'll get the hatch.
Sounds like they're moving furniture around in there, doesn't it?
Yes, I think definitely that was the sound of the hatch door being closed.
Okay.
They are still relying on their portable life support system to provide them with their oxygen because the LEM has not been repressurized.
Okay, the hatch is closed and latched. And verified secure. Okay.
Once again, the picture we see is lifeless. We cannot see the men inside.
Now we close the feed water valve. Closed. And I got your plus antenna stood. Okay, feed water valve closed.
About an hour and 10 minutes from now, they'll reopen the hatch door and throw out all the unnecessary equipment, their boots and all, everything, and leave them on the surface of the moon there.
And I suppose we'll go through another period of distorted radio transmissions as their antenna will click against the sides of the LEM as they're going about their chores inside that very crowded vehicle.
Oh, yeah. Snap get my pocket.
Yeah, they'll check one another's equipment over and then repressurize the cabin here so that they can get rid of all the stuff.
This is Houston. Go ahead. You're cutting out, Neil. You're not readable. I understand you said something about contingency sample container on the Hassan engine. We're not reading you, Neil. Buzz, buzz. This is Houston. Do you read over? Tranquility Base, this is Houston. We're reading neither one of you, but standing by.
Well, they were having that trouble inside a while ago, bumping against metal. Apparently, they're maneuvering around now, getting all set up to repressurize.
Mission Control trying to clear up voice communication with the flyers.
They spent 2 hours, 13 minutes, 12 seconds. Man's first excursion on the moon, on the moon surface. Both astronauts now back inside LEM.
There is a communications difficulty now between the astronauts and Mission Control. Ground controllers trying to clear it up.
Same kind of shorting out that we experienced, or they experienced, and we heard when they were preparing to move.
Pressure coming up about 2.789 pounds. Up to 3 now.
We know everything is working inside.
The difficulty, quite obviously, only with the voice transmission, not with telemetry, because they are getting a clear indication. The LEM cabin is being repressurized.
Once they get the cabin repressurized and can discard their portable life support garments, why then they will be back on the internal communication systems of Eagle, and that communication problem should be cleared up.
We show the cabin at 4.8 now.
That's about where they want it.
You were talking a while ago about what a lifeless picture that is there without the astronauts in it. It is. The American flag on the moon surface there doesn't move at all. Airless. Nothing.
And how quickly we got used to the fact that they were there, and to accept as almost commonplace human movement around the surface of that forbidding and barren and desolate-looking stretch of desert.
Still having trouble with the voice transmission from the lunar astronauts, who are now back in the lunar module with the hatch sealed. The lunar module cabin being repressurized. But as yet, no voice transmission because the signal breaks up. No understandable voice transmission, we should say.
I wonder if perhaps the full emotion of this moment for them, for Aldrin and Armstrong, might not come sometime much later, after they have returned to Earth, after they have gone through the quarantine period, after they have returned to Houston. The plaudits are all past them. And Neil's wife says, hey, go out and empty the garbage, will you? And he goes out at night, and as he's dropping the garbage into the can, he looks up in the heavens, and there's that big, beautiful moon shining down on it. Maybe then it might hit him. What am I doing dropping garbage? I've been there.
I don't know. Somebody's got to empty the garbage.
Sitting here looking at that picture and that desert scene and all, you know, seems to me a Jeep should come sailing across now saying, get out of here, you're in a classified area or something, you know.
Once again, the two men are back in the lunar module. The hatch has been sealed. The cabin has been repressurized. But we're out of voice contact. There seems to be a breakup of signal between astronauts Armstrong and Aldrin and Mission Control. Telemetry data indicates the cabin pressure is back up to about normal, almost 5 pounds per square inch.
LEM's systems look good. Crewmen should now be transferring back to Tranquility Base's environmental control system, and later we'll switch to the vehicle's communication system. We estimate it'll be another 10 to 15 minutes before they're on the LEM communication system.
And if we have learned anything in the past from the way Armstrong and Aldrin conduct their activities, they won't be talking too much while they are in this busy period of switching from their portable life support system to and getting the Eagle environment control system functioning.
Lunar Module flyers Neil Armstrong and Edwin Aldrin are back in the LEM. After their walk on the surface of the moon, the LEM hatch has been sealed. The cabin has been repressurized.
Well, we can certainly say that the EVA, the extravehicular activity, has ended. They spent 2 hours, 13 minutes, 12 seconds on the surface of the moon, are back in Eagle, and are back relying on Eagle's systems to keep them alive.
In the background, a bit of static from mission control as ground controllers here wait for the men to move on to the communications system in the LEM itself rather than in the portable life support system.
And a replica of the American flag on the lunar surface is now being erected here in the control center.
That word from mission control.
I saw that flag in the corner over there a while ago. I was wondering about that.
And a replica of the plaque on Tranquility Base has been hung on the wall.
Altogether, inside and outside their moonship, Armstrong and Aldrin spent nearly a day in this strange, literally unearthly place. They did what they came to do.
Yes, we see it. We see it. Here it is. Apollo 11 coming right down toward the prime recovery ship. It isn't red anymore because the skies are that light. Momentarily behind a puffy gray cloud, but it's there.
Apollo 11 should be on main chutes now.
Then the flight of Apollo 11 is over. The men are on the ocean.
From Mike Collins inside the spacecraft. He says the crew is excellent. The crew is excellent. The helicopter designated as the retrieval helicopter is equipped with biological isolation garments for the swimmers who will go to the capsule and throw the garments inside the capsule where the astronauts will put them on. They'll hoist the operator protective garment, the 2 7-man life rafts, decontamination dispensers, and additional scuba tanks for the swim team, all part of the prime recovery helicopter, Recovery 1.
We will continue to monitor for any conversation between the spacecraft and recovery forces, but we will not initiate a call from now on to the spacecraft from the control center.
Mission Control Houston has now stepped out of the picture, and it is now up to the recovery forces out in the Pacific. They are in control of the Apollo operation from now on.
We might add that everything is running right on schedule, so to speak, here, about where they thought it would be in the timeline after landing, as the whole mission has gone. And I don't know, really, with the one step remaining to get the astronauts safely on board the aircraft carrier Hornet, that maybe we should stop, pause, and realize that man has been to the moon and returned safely, that President John F. Kennedy's goal has been met, and in this decade.
You know, going back to the early days of Mercury, splash distances were so far apart from where they were, and to think that man has come 250,000 miles through space and been able to land within 15 miles of a courier is almost unbelievable within itself. And of course, you have to also take into consideration that possibly the carrier was off the target.
But the helicopters were there immediately. They were never out of sight of the spacecraft. The helicopter recovery units were there, and the frogmen were in the water almost immediately, getting the flotation collar around while waiting for the Hornet to draw up alongside. That's Lieutenant Clancy Heidelberg is there outside the spacecraft in his raft. They will open the hatch, and Heidelberg will throw the 3 isolation garments inside the spacecraft, which the astronauts will don before emerging and being taken back to the carrier. Then, of course, aboard the Hornet, they will go into a portable quarantine unit, sort of a house trailer arrangement there on the carrier, and will remain there until that house trailer can return them to Houston Control, or Houston Lunar Recovery Laboratory.
There are, to set the scene for you, there are 3 helicopters hovering over the spacecraft. It's just past Dome slightly there in the recovery area. The aircraft carrier Hornet is now approximately 4 miles away and is closing within range here to bring the astronauts aboard shortly.
Full rescue procedures now underway.
Two of the spacemen are out of their capsule.
Difficulty securing the hatch, and one of the astronauts is helping him.
The sea is a little rough here. 3 to 6 foot waves was the forecast. And as we look at the spacecraft bobbing in the water, it's easy to tell that the seas are at least that. Winds about 18 knots. The wind's strong enough, in fact, that they pulled the spacecraft over upon landing with its sharp end down, and for a few minutes there, until it was righted by the flotation balloons, there was a second loss of communication. The aircraft carrier moving in closely now with the helicopters overhead.
Lieutenant Heidelberg spraying the hatchway on the spacecraft now.
I have sprayed on the forward portion of the command.
All 3 of them now in the raft, right alongside the space capsule, 100 feet away at the end of a tether, and with an anchor to stabilize it is another raft with the frogmen who had installed the flotation collar. The 3 astronauts and the big man, the man who tossed them their biological isolation garments, Lieutenant Clancy Heidelberg, all 4 men in the raft, decontaminating each other, scrubbing each other down with disinfectant, and it could be a rather comical sight, and I should imagine that they will have to be very careful that they don't flip that raft over. We had a flip over on Apollo 9, and they're going to be quite agile there in getting themselves scrubbed down without and still maintaining their balance. Once the decontamination process has been completed, then the astronauts will be raised into the helicopter, while the big man, Heidelberg, will stay behind and deflate the raft and deflate the or rather discard the chemical instruments, and the whole thing will sink into the ocean. And that'll be the end of that raft and of the decontaminants. Once the astronauts are back in the helicopter and the big man has completed his decontamination proceedings, he removes his garment, the one designed to keep bugs from getting in. We'll leave it on the raft. We'll leave all the chemical materials. He will then sink the raft with all of its implements, and will swim to the second raft that is at the end of this 100-foot tether. And then that's how they will get back to their ship. The crew on the helicopter that is standing by is piloted by Tom S. Jones of Madison, Wisconsin. Lieutenant J.G. Bruce Johnson of Bremerton, Washington is the co-pilot. And the two crewmen standing at the open door that and operating the winches and hoist. These crewmen are Chief Petty Officer Norval Wood of Carmi, Illinois, and Chief Petty Officer Stanley Robnett of Cortales, New Mexico. First astronaut climbing into the net. There he goes. First astronaut on his way to the helicopter. We don't know which one it is. We just don't know yet which one it is. He's suspended from the helicopter, hovering over the raft, 40 feet above. The helicopter's 40 feet above. There are two men inside the helicopter operating the winch, and to help the astronaut, Chief Petty Officer Norval Wood and Chief Petty Officer Stanley Robnett. The first astronaut now inside the helicopter. We don't know which one.
Astronaut is in the helicopter. The net is on its way down.
40 feet separate the helicopter and the spacecraft, the surface of the water. Number 2 astronaut now going up. But again, it is not possible to identify the astronauts in the order in which they are going into the spacecraft, or into the helicopter. Swimmer, Lieutenant Clancy Hadelberg, remains in the raft. Third and final astronaut now in midair on the 40-foot lift into the helicopter. He's just suspended in midair there, sitting there in pendulum fashion. Now it's the hoist is operating again. Now he's almost to the doorway. And the third astronaut is inside the helicopter. All three now can return to the Hornet. All three of them wearing their special biological garments.
The third astronaut is now in the helicopter. The door is closed. The helicopter is going to come back to the ship now. So the astronauts have been to the moon and back, and they've come through the last dangerous part of the flight, which was the re-entry. And it's all over now, but going into quarantine.
You know, I think we ought to mention right here, Ron, rather, that we are about 906 statute miles southwest of Hawaii, moving up a couple of hundred miles along the track from the original splashdown point, which means that we're a good deal closer to Pearl Harbor than we would be otherwise. In fact, we're about 10 hours ahead of the point where we would be at this time if we'd adhered to the original schedule. And there had been some talk during the night here on the Hornet, as you know, Ron, that perhaps we might make Pearl Harbor by Friday night instead of Saturday morning. But the last I heard from NASA officials was that the original schedule would be followed, and the captain plans to have the carrier tied up at Berth Bravo in Pearl Harbor at 9 o'clock Saturday morning. All three astronauts are now on board helicopter number 66.
The helicopter is loitering out there a bit, as Commander Jones said it would. This is to give the two crew members in the back a chance to come up forward and take off their isolation garments, and leaving in the back of the helicopter only Dr. Carpentier and the two astronauts.
This will probably be the photo chopper coming in. They're generally the first to come in. SWIM-1 chopper that still has frogmen aboard will come up tight on Commander Jones's wing, just as a precaution.
And SWIM-2, Pete, will just stay out there, babysitting, as they say, with the swimmers who dropped into the water alongside the command module, who helped in the recovery of the astronauts. They will stay with the command module until it is alongside the starboard side of the carrier and is about to be brought up onto the number 3 elevator. Then they will climb aboard the carrier in cargo nets. Renewed signs down here on the hangar deck of the presidential presence. Secret Service men are reappearing on the hangar deck.
Recovery 1 has a green deck.
Beginning to rain up here. The president has a overhang on that bridge, so he's not getting wet.
We believe the president may have moved off the bridge, possibly on his way down.
It's only a very short trip.
Oh, there he is. He's moved aft. And he's back to the Admiral's Bridge, just outside Flag Plot. No baseball caps this time, and no handshakes. These astronauts headed for weeks of isolation. Fantastic event. Papa Camino, Ohio. Man from Montclair, New Jersey. Walk on another planet. And their partner. This incredible event.
Recovery complete. Shut down.
Isolated themselves from the astronauts back, however. The crewmen, as Dallas said, are wearing protective gear. There goes the band. We will probably have a musical salute as they lower 66 to the hangar deck. Well, you can't say the Navy isn't ecumenical. They're playing the Air Force song. Of course, Commander Neil Armstrong is a civilian, but he once was a Navy man. However, you do have the other two members of the crew, Air Force men, Buzz Aldrin, full colonel, Mike Collins, lieutenant colonel, both graduates not of the Air Force Academy, but the United States Military Academy at West Point.
Keith, I don't know if you noticed, but almost as soon as the helicopter landed, a chief ran out and stuck a third symbol of a spacecraft on the nose.
Oh, we got 3 decals now, yeah.
And also they radioed from the helicopter to the bridge. Now it's Hornet +3. That's the motto of this trip, and you see buttons all over the ship.
Sure.
In other words, all the men who went out with the Hornet are coming back +3 more, the 3 astronauts.
Old number 66 has got Apollo decal for Apollo 8, Apollo 10, now Apollo 11. I know the helicopter can make that statement.
That was Chief Bradley, the line chief of Helicopter Squadron 4, who ran out and put that other spacecraft symbol on, and also a sign saying Hornet +3.
You can't see in the back there. It's just too dark through that window. Dr. D, he's talking. NASA Recovery Chief John Stonecipher, his deputy, and Ben James are on the elevator. There's always Dr. Stokin, who leaped forward to pump their hands when they came out of the helicopter. Not this time.
There you see a close-up of the new symbol. Apollo 8, Apollo 10, and Apollo 11. President Nixon seems genuinely moved by this moment. The crew's getting out, 3 of them anyhow. They leave one man in the helicopter, as they say, to ride the brakes. It's a rule on helicopters that you don't move a helicopter unless somebody's there with their foot on the brake in case it starts rolling toward the edge.
Number 3 elevator will be leaving in 1 minute.
And down here on the hangar deck, all's in readiness for the big moment. Number 3 elevator on the port side is still in the raised position. No, it's down now. Down now. I couldn't see from my point. It's now down, and the tractor is being moved back to haul the helicopter off the number 2 elevator and back here to its position alongside the mobile quarantine facility. Band still playing joyously up on the flight deck.
President Nixon is still on the flag bridge. We expect he'll be coming down soon.
Here comes the number 66 being hauled inboard from number 2 elevator very slowly by the tractor. The procedure is for the tractor to pull it straight across the ships, and it will then be backed by the tractor. So it's being pulled now with the nose forward in order to move it around in the correct position. There it goes. Now the tail of number 66 is pointing aft along the hangar deck. Astronauts still inside. They're holding the tail back. This is the standard procedure when the helicopter is being...
Dallas, the president, we believe, has left the flag bridge. At least he's not out there leaning over any longer.
Right.
And the gaggle of photographers seems to be following inside.
It's possible that the president's schedule at this point may indicate some little departure from what had been projected originally. We've been speculating all along that the president wouldn't just stay up there on the flag bridge all this while, and he may move somewhere else in the ship. But he's not expected down here again for about 40 minutes. That will give Dr. Carpentier, the astronaut's physician, time to perform some initial medical tests on the astronauts. Well, there's no doubt that they're in good condition on the basis of what we've heard already. And after about 40 minutes, the president will come down here to the hangar deck and will make that personal statement to the astronauts. It's quite possible that they will be able to say something to him because they'll be wearing lavalier microphones around their necks, and anything they say will be carried by loudspeaker to those of us gathered here on the hangar deck. Large numbers of sailors behind the lines standing there waiting to watch this historic moment, the first appearance of the astronauts before anybody but the swimmers and the crew of number 66 helicopter. Dr. Don Stokin walking along the blue path is the chief of the NASA recovery team on board. Talking now with John Stonecipher, the assistant chief. Helicopter being moved slowly back here with the flight crew, flight deck crew in yellow jerseys. Man up the head about to blow the whistle for it to stop. The hatch is just about in position. A few more feet. There it goes. That's it. Dr. Stulkin, Dr. Stonecipher personally moved the flight of wooden steps up to the hatch on the starboard side of the helicopter.
The astronauts emerged to take their bows. Ahead was a world tour, but the first to hail them were their own people. People who had an understandable surge of pride when the American flag was raised on the moon.
Waving to the crowd of cheering sailors, moving swiftly into the mobile quarantine facility. Dr. Carpentier following and closing the door. And the door closes. The astronauts are on board. They're in the mobile quarantine facility. The curtains have been drawn. All of them in fine shape, good condition, waving and smiling. You can see them smiling through their masks. Obviously overjoyed, jubilant to be back on board at the end of their historic mission, which saw Armstrong and Aldrin become the first men in history to set foot on the moon. The tunnel is already in place, affixed to the door in the side of the mobile quarantine facility. And when the command module is brought back on board, it will be affixed to the other end of the tunnel. And John Hirosaki, the NASA project engineer inside the mobile quarantine facility, will then be able to go through the tunnel and go back into the command module and remove the lunar samples. Already, the steps, the wooden steps which they used coming down from the helicopter are being sprayed with glutaraldehyde, a decontaminant solution. That's one of the procedures established by NASA as a means of preventing contamination by any lunar viruses brought back, if any there are, brought back by the returning astronauts. Well, it was a big moment. It didn't last long. They're already going through the initial procedures inside the mobile quarantine facility.
It went very, very well.
What was your total time, Don?
Gee, I'd have to look at the log sheet, Dallas. I don't know, but I feel we're about 5 or 6 minutes ahead of our schedule. It just couldn't have gone more smoothly. Chief Wood here did a magnificent job, and Chief Robnett, who is still locked up in the airplane, also did well.
Chief Wood, did you have a chance to say anything to the astronauts? Did they say anything to you?
No, sir. With the bigs on, they couldn't have heard me, and with the headset we had on, I couldn't hear anything they said. Their actions indicated they were cheerful all the way through the entire procedure.
Was there any sort of message that they conveyed in some way or other to you?
No, sir. We didn't really have time. We were too busy trying to get our gear together to get back on board.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Johnson, you probably got a look at them. You were flying co-pilot.
Yes, I was. I looked back as we got out of the helicopter, and one of them gave me a thumbs up. That's the only signal I got from them. They sure looked cheerful, though. Glad to get back. Boy, it was a big thrill for me to pick them up, too.
Was there any complications at any point, Don?
None whatsoever, Dallas. It just went very, very smoothly. Better than the Simex we had 2 days ago. So I was
well, it could hardly go any better than that.
No, it couldn't. No, I was very pleased. Exactly according to plan, and of course, it's a great sense of relief to us to know that it was done and done well. So I'm satisfied.
Well, you've now performed your second manned spacecraft recovery.
This is the third one for HS4. As you know, Chuck Smiley had the last one on 10, and we had 8.
You yourself.
So it's a big accomplishment for the squadron, and we're all real proud of it.
What do you think will happen to helicopter number 66 now? Will it be put in some special place?
Well, as I told you, my junior officer suggested it be bronzed and put in the Smithsonian. No, I don't think so. It's still a real good flying machine, and we'll get a lot of use out of it.
I suspect it still has a good many flying hours ahead of it.
Sure does. Sure does.
Well, Don, congratulations again,
Thank you very
Lieutenant
much,
Johnson,
Don.
Chief Wood. Thank you very much. And congratulations also to Chief Rob Nett.
Thank you.
Chief Rob Nett is still inside the helicopter, which very soon now will be moved back up to the flight deck and will be moved back toward the fantail, and then will be sealed after Chief Rob Nett is out of it, and will be pumped full of formaldehyde gas and left to sit there for a couple of hours as an additional measure against possible decontamination. Hornet +3. The slogan of this carrier throughout the Apollo 11 cruise, the slogan has now been fulfilled. Hornet has fulfilled its mission, and it has picked up 3 additional men. So it's Hornet +3. Now, down there below the window, very shortly now, will be affixed the presidential seal in advance of President Nixon's arrival. Those 2 significant signs will, in essence, sum up this mission in its very briefest form. Hornet +3. Hornet has recovered the 3 astronauts back from the moon, and President Nixon, signaling the importance of this great moment in the history of manned space flight, will be coming down to congratulate the astronauts in person.
Dallas, the Hornet started out with 2,222 people on board, and now the 3 more.
Actually, it has a good many more than that at the moment, but some of them, in fact, all of the new arrivals will be leaving shortly.
Buzz and Mike, I want you to know that I think I'm the luckiest man in the world. And I say this not only because I have the honor to be President of the United States, but particularly because I have the privilege of speaking for so many and welcoming you back to Earth. I could tell you about all the messages we've received in Washington. Over 100 foreign governments, emperors and presidents and prime ministers and kings have sent the most warm messages that we've ever received. They represent over 2 billion people on this earth, all of them who have had the opportunity through television to see what you have done. And then I also bring you messages from members of the cabinet and members of the Senate and members of the House and the Space Agency, from the streets of San Francisco, where people stopped me a few days ago, and you all love that city, I know, as I do. But most important, I had a telephone call yesterday. The toll wasn't incidentally as great as the one I made to you fellows on the moon. I made that correct, incidentally, in case you didn't know. But I called 3 of, in my view, 3 of the greatest ladies and most courageous ladies in the whole world today, your wives. And from Jan and Joan and Pat, I bring their love and their congratulations. We think it's just wonderful that they could have participated, at least through television, in this return. We're only sorry they couldn't be here. And also, I've got to let you in a little secret. I made a date with them. I invited them to dinner on the 13th of August, right after you come out of quarantine. It will be a state dinner held in Los Angeles The governors of all the 50 states will be there, the ambassadors, others from around the world and in America. And they told me that you would come too. And all I want to know, will you come? We want to honor you then.
We'll do anything you say, Mr. President. Anytime.
One question I think that all of us would like to ask, as we saw you bouncing around in that boat out there, I wonder if that wasn't the hardest part of the journey. Was that the only, did any of you get seasick?
No, we didn't, and it was one of the harder parts, but it was one of the most pleasant, we can assure you.
Yeah. Well, I just know that you can sense what we all sense when you get back now. It's all right. You've been able to follow some of the things that happened when you've gone. Did you know about the All-Star game?
Yes, sir. The Capsule communicators have been giving us daily news reports.
Yeah. Were you American League or National League?
I'm a National League man.
Non-partisan, sir. Yeah, that's right. There's the politician in the group, right.
Well, yeah, you missed that game.
Yes. Well, you knew that too. You really heard the rain.
The rain.
Right.
Well, we haven't learned to control the weather yet, but that's something we can look forward to tomorrow's challenge.
Right. Well, I could summarize it because I don't want to hold you now. You have so much more to do, and gee, you look great. You feel as good as you feel great.
I feel just perfect, Mr. President.
Yeah. I understand Frank Borman says you're a little younger by reason of having going into space. Is that right? Do you feel that way, a little younger?
Well, a lot younger than Frank Borman.
There he is over there. Come on over, Frank, so they can see you. And you going to take that lying down? Or they,
it looks like he has aged in the last couple of weeks.
Come on, Frank.
Mr. President, the one thing I want to, we have a poet in Mike Collins, and he really gave me a hard time for describing the words fantastic and beautiful. And I counted them. In 3 minutes up there, you used 4 fantastics and 2 beautifuls.
Well, just let me close off with this one thing. I was thinking, as you know, as you came down, and we knew it was a success, and it had only been 8 days, just a week, a long week, that this is the greatest week in the history of the world since the creation. Because as a result of what happened in this week, the world is bigger, infinitely, and also as I'm going to find on this trip around the world, and as Secretary Rogers will find as he covers the other countries in Asia, as a result of what you've done, the world's never been closer together before. And we just thank you for that. And I only hope that all of us in government, all of us in America, that as a result of what you've done, we can do our job a little better. We can reach for the stars just as you have reached so far from the stars. We don't want to hold you any longer. Anybody have a last word? How about promotions? Do you think we could arrange something?
We're just pleased to be back and very honored that you were so kind as to come out here and welcome us back. Yeah. And we look forward to getting out of this quarantine and talking without having glass between us.
All right. And incidentally, the speeches that you have to make at this dinner can be very short. And if you want to say fantastic or beautiful, that's all right with us. Don't try to think of any new adjectives. They've all been said. And now I think, incidentally, that all of us the millions that are seeing us on television now, seeing you, would feel as I do that, in a sense, our prayers have been answered. And I think it would be very appropriate if Chaplain Pierto, the chaplain of this ship, were to offer a prayer of thanksgiving. And if he would step up now. Chaplain, thank you.
Let us pray. Lord God, our Heavenly Father, our minds are staggered and our spirits exultant with the magnitude and precision of this entire Apollo 11 mission. We have spent the past week in communal anxiety and hope as our astronauts sped through the glories and dangers of the heavens. As we try to understand and analyze the scope of this achievement for human life, our reason is overwhelmed with abounding gratitude and joy, even as we realize the increasing challenges of the future. This magnificent event illustrates anew what man can accomplish when purpose is firm and intent corporate. A man on the moon was promised in this decade, And though some were unconvinced, the reality is with us this morning in the persons of astronauts Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins. We applaud their splendid exploits, and we pour out our thanksgiving for their safe return to us, to their families, to all mankind. From our inmost beings, we sing humble yet exuberant praise. May the great effort and commitment seen in this Project Apollo inspire our lives to move similarly in other areas of need. May we, the people, by our enthusiasm and devotion and insight, move to new landings in brotherhood, human concern, and mutual respect. May our country, afire with inventive leadership and backed by a committed followership, blaze new trails into all areas of human care. See our enthusiasm and bless our joy with dedicated purpose toward the many needs at hand. Link us in friendship with peoples throughout the world as we strive together to better the human condition. Grant us peace, beginning in our own hearts, and a mind attuned with goodwill towards our neighbor. All this we pray as our thanksgiving rings out to Thee, in the name of our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
The President then left on his trip around the world. The Hornet is sailing to Honolulu. It arrives there tomorrow. And from there, the astronauts in their sealed container will be flown to Houston, where a somewhat roomier quarantine building awaits them. So far, there is no evidence whatever of any infection or of any unwholesome effects on the moon. If it turns out, as everyone expects, that there won't be any, then Apollo 11 will have been a rarity in human affairs, a total success, and a credit to the American people and to the human race.
When Armstrong was growing up here, the town looked pretty much the same. He fished in the Auglaize River, was a science bug in high school, worked afternoons in Brading's drugstore. The family had moved around a lot after Neil's birth in 1930, but they came back to Wapakoneta to stay in 1945. People who remember young Armstrong did not regard him then as someone special, but all their memories are fond ones, and he reciprocates. After Gemini 8, Armstrong came back for a parade and a pageant and found signs bearing his name all over town. "You're my people," he told them. "I'm proud to be one of you." Proudest of all are the residents of 912 Neil Armstrong Drive, Wapakoneta, Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Armstrong.
He was interested in airplanes from the time he was a little boy. His mother bought him a 20-cent airplane in the 10-cent store, and he built that. Then from the 20-cent, he went to a 50-center and went on up, and pretty soon he was building them with motors and flying them and testing them.
And of all the subjects that he took, of course, there was always all the math he could get and all the science he could get. But I can truthfully say he loved school. I think he loved every subject. I really do.
Possibly Neil's outstanding project, for which I remember him best, is his work in connection with study of aviation and the building of a wind tunnel.
Well, he built it so strong that it caused great currents in the home and of course, vibrated the whole home. It was one of those things that he enjoyed most, and Mr. Kreitz, his teacher, was very instrumental in helping him.
We have a small airport just out of town here, about 3 miles, and before Neil was old enough to drive a car to get his license, he became interested in aviation. He worked at the drugstore, and he'd leave there, take his wheel right out to the airport, and he would talk with those, work with them. And at about 16, then, he bought an old wreck of a plane, which he rebuilt, and he was flying that plane at 16 years of age before he was old enough to get his license.
After he graduated from high school, he decided to go to Purdue University because of the aeronautical program that they offered and the degree.
Armstrong mastered everything that flies. He became a Navy jet pilot, a glider expert, and before becoming an astronaut was one of the top test pilots in the country. He flew both the B-52 mothership and the X-15 rocket plane. He took an X-15 higher than 200,000 feet at a speed of 4,000 miles an hour.
Oh, my. I can remember how scared I was when he first flew from the airport to the university. When, let's see, before school started, why they need to go in a week or so ahead of time and make all their preparations. And so he flew this particular time, and I know he said, "Now, Mom, when I go over the house, when I waggle my wings, you know I'm saying hi to you." And so I can remember how scared I was. You know, I said, "Well, how will you find the place to land?" Oh, he said, "I'll find it." And he did, of course. And, of course, you have those fears with each advancement as he went along. Why, you have those same fears, but, of course, he always was so confident himself that he made us feel like he'd get along all right.
He was a boy that never said much. He just, actions spoke louder than words, and he was always constantly from a little boy off.
Collins had been a wrestler and a baseball and football letterman in high school. At the Manned Spacecraft Center in Houston, he vies with astronaut Walter Cunningham for the handball championship. The competition is fierce. Collins usually wins. Collins is 5'11", 165 pounds, looks scrawny, and is balding. He is not talkative, although compared to his companions on Apollo 11, he is garrulous. He is, as most astronauts are, a test pilot. He is an Air Force lieutenant colonel, has 2 daughters and a son, and says he has one overriding concern: all the publicity he will get as a result of the moon mission. Collins is an alumnus of St. Albans School, the rather exclusive academy attached to the Episcopal Cathedral in Washington. President Johnson's daughters went to the Girls' Academy there, and both schools have had more than their share of famous graduates. But Collins is well remembered as person, athlete, and friend.
Mike is a very quiet, self-effacing kind of fellow. I'd characterize him as a kind of fellow who does rather than talks. I first met him in 1944 when we were in school together at St. Albans School in Washington. Mike was extremely well-liked, popular with both the students and the faculty at the school there. He had virtually every honor that a student at that particular school can have. The yearbook is called the Albanian. This is the school seal, and the year 1948 that Mike graduated. There's Mike, and there's me, and I hope that our taste in ties has improved since then. Here's a picture as Mike is a member of the Athletic Association that governed the giving of letters and athletic awards. Here's a page listing the varsity letter winners. Showed that he lettered in football and was captain of the wrestling team with a star to show that he wrestled in the Lehigh tournament. And here's a picture of the baseball team. And here's Mike right on the end. They're wearing a very determined look on his face.
The St. Albans class prophecy said Collins would be a soldier. That was safe. His father was a general. His uncle was the famous General Lightning Joe Collins. His older brother is a brigadier general of paratroops.
I think Michael always had in mind that he wanted to be in the military service, particularly to go to West Point. And I think that he, during this time, before he went to West Point, he spent a great deal of his time and effort in preparing himself for a military career.
He was bound for West Point from the day he was born, as far as I know. Certainly all the time I knew him.
Michael hasn't talked to us terribly much about what he desired to do in the astronaut program itself. I think primarily because he's been pretty busy being an astronaut, and the rest of us have been pretty busy doing other things. But I do know that he at one point told me he wanted to be the outside man on the moon.
He was a real tiger in sports and gymnastics, starting at, whatever level boys start playing football. He had to have the helmet and the pads and the shirt to be one of the guys. His interest in football, which having started at a young, tender age, continued through high school and on into West Point, although he never was a star of the West Point team.
He went direct from high school into West Point and was #1 in his class the first year. He graduated third in the class of 1951. His interest in flying, as far as I know, developed at West Point because it was before his graduation he chose to be commissioned in the Air Force and then went into his flying. I presume that he got his interest to some degree because he had flights with me and saw something about flying.
Aldrin was his father's son. He took to flying naturally, and soon after winning his wings, he was sent to Korea. That war was just ending, but Aldrin shot down 2 enemy MiGs and got his name in print.
He went, I think it was Christmas Day out of California of 1952. The interesting thing about his Korean experience was when friends called my attention to the Life magazine that came out showing that he had made the picture of the week, because when he shot down this MiG, his gun camera got the first evidence of the type of ejection that the pilot of the MiG used. The first time they knew that the MiG used powder to blow the pilot out of his seat.
One weekend he arrived at a local Air Force base to spend some time with us, and he streaked down in the shiny jet with his helmet and flight suit on, and the boys couldn't have been pulled away from that sight. It made their father have a little tough image to fight because he wasn't able to arrive in a jet that night. The weekend was spent by the boys wearing the helmet and looking at themselves in the mirror or sharing it with their friends. That afternoon, the older boy had a baseball game, and he brought the entire team over just to stand back and watch him.
While the high school band plays Under the Double Eagle, the mayor says, as he almost has to say, that history has been made here today. Well, a first is a first, and it can only be done once. And to say that somebody is about to land on the moon and walk around on it while almost everybody on Earth watches is just about too much to swallow. I almost don't even believe it. But it's true. And if this is not a permanent, enduring event in human history, then nothing is. And it certainly will be remembered as long as mankind remembers anything.